All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new and maybe it's your first time tuning into a stream. I really appreciate you guys being here and also appreciate you guys who are in the chat right now, waiting patiently for the intro to let more people file in. I've been trying to get a little bit better at getting my stuff sorted, organized, and ready to go sooner rather than pushing it to the last minute so I can try to interact with you guys a little bit in the chat while we're waiting for the intro to finish up there. Jay Shako, IP Gaming, Mini Tom Official, Exley, Gaming Survivor, Mr. Meme saying, Corey the Legend Landiga, grant me salvation and gift me a membership. That made me laugh, I'm not going to lie. That was like the funniest way I think I've ever heard that worded. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Let's see. Okay, so we have quite a few different topics that we're going to be discussing today. I'm going to give you just a very quick and brief rundown. We are talking about some PlayStation 5 exclusive updates, specifically for 2024 PlayStation 5 exclusives. And we'll also probably have just a more general conversation about how the second half of 2024 is looking when it comes to PlayStation 5 exclusives. And that will likely be a conversation that continues going into May because, well, after Stellar Blade, we really don't know what else there is. We will be talking absolutely about Stellar Blade. I got my physical copy. It was a day late, but it's okay. And I started playing it. I'm going to give my impressions and just tell you guys what I think about what I've played so far. Spoiler warning, it's a very good game, and I'm enjoying it. But yeah, we'll talk deeply about that. We're also going to be talking about a couple of new PSVR 2 games that were announced, which, well, actually, one of them isn't necessarily new, but it's going to be releasing, but there is actually a new PSVR 2 game that was announced. We're going to talk briefly about Helldivers, a very interesting thing that the studio is doing. And we also have some new reports, quite substantial reports at that, about the Nintendo Switch 2. We are pretty much approaching the halfway point of 2024, and Nintendo has not really said anything officially about this console. And even though I'm not really too into Nintendo, I do think that something like the Nintendo Switch 2 is simply too big and too important to just not acknowledge and not kind of pay close attention to. It's going to have a very big impact on not just the wider gaming industry, but the console market specifically as well. We've talked extensively about both PlayStation and Xbox and where they currently stand in the console space. And I feel like we've been talking a little bit less so about Nintendo, but I do feel like it's going to be absolutely critical for the future of the console gaming market, depending on how the Switch 2 ends up being received by gamers. So we also have a couple of small bonus topics at the end, one pertaining to Bungie, one pertaining to Resident Evil, if time permits, which it should. I say that, but then again, you never know what's going to happen. We'll cover that as well. So, guys, before we dive into any of these topics or conversations, I do just want to extend, again, a big thank you to those of you who tune in live. Thank you for joining me. And to those who can't watch the streams live, I know a lot of people do appreciate watching the streams, but maybe they're just not able to, so they watch it later on. I also want to make sure to give you guys a shout out as well. Thank you so much for that. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We are currently sitting at 52 likes. If you want to just simply let me know that you enjoy the content, that you enjoy the streams, that's the easiest way to do it, but it also helps push the streams to new viewers so we can continue to grow this awesome community here. So hit that like button. There are 3 ways, actually 4 ways you can support this channel, this community, and this content directly. I am fan funded. The channel is fan funded. We don't do sponsorships here. So here's how you can help. Number 1, there is a pinned comment by me in the chat, and there's a link. That link is a direct donation link. If you want to donate directly to me and the channel, 100% of it goes to the content creator. If you're not interested in doing that, there are 3 ways you can support directly through YouTube. Number 1, consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks. One of those perks is the Members Lounge. We do plenty of Members Lounge episodes throughout the month, and they are exclusive to members. Number 2, consider gifting memberships. If you already have a membership or if you've been a member in the past, you can gift memberships. It's a big thing we do here on the channel, and the community very much appreciates it. And last but certainly not least, consider donating a super chat, ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It all helps a lot. So thank you guys so much for allowing me to do this. I also do want to point this out as well, because it's something that I've been doing recently. One of the other exclusive member perks that I've been implementing are exclusive community posts. I don't use Twitter anymore. I'm not saying I'll never go back to using Twitter, but I'm just not interested in using it anymore. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It actually just makes me completely miserable. So if you're, interested in following me that way, if you do get gifted a membership or if you become a member, you can look forward to some exclusive community posts here on the channel as well. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in. Let me make sure I play the right one here.
Say hello
there we go.
Democracy.
Actually, wait, that was the wrong one. Well, that one works too, but...
Get some! Get some!
Actually, Get Some Trismegistus comes in and kicks off the day by dropping 5 membership gifts for this community. Actually, my friend, thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate all the support you've continued to show, not just me, but the channel as well. So let me add that to the counter. And yeah, you guys know how it goes by now. If we hit 25 members today, we will feed the beast. We will bring Boss in. I may, again, have to reduce the overall amount of treats I give him because I don't want him to get overweight or anything. But if we hit those 25 members today, we'll bring Boss in. If we hit 50 members, if we hit a second goal, we'll do some reps at the end of the stream. We have Matt York here, a member for 26 months. He says, Madison VR officially releases May 2nd. The delay earlier was for the team to include dynamic foveated rendering. The wait is almost over. Matt York is already on it before I can even talk about it, so I may as well just put this here now because it was one of the topics listed here. We'll talk about Madison VR briefly. It says here, being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle after several delays, Bloodiest Games, I guess that's how you say their studio name, Bloodiest Games. Madison VR is finally headed to PSVR 2 next week, but only on digital for now. Madison VR will be making full use of the PSVR 2 bag of tricks. The tactile haptic controls will allow for greater interaction with the environment and a sensation of how things feel, whether you want to or not. This extends to the use of the instant camera, so you'll really be able to shake that Polaroid picture and regret it instantly when you see what is captured. The 3D audio will give you a horrifyingly accurate read on where the terrible noise is coming from. The audio technology is honestly one of the best things about playing horror games on PSVR 2. And then it says there's also the promise to achieve higher levels of visual quality, which is understandable given the technology behind PSVR 2. And so, Matt York, thank you for also pointing that out. One of the reasons why this ended up getting delayed was because they wanted to take advantage of the foveated or the dynamic foveated rendering, which is offered in PSVR 2. And I can't say it's going to be a day one game I play, but I have to admit, I'm pretty interested. I don't want to give myself a heart attack or anything. But, man. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus dropping another 5 memberships for you guys. Actually saying he wants to do some heavy lifting for the community once again today. I got to give him another one of these. And then we also have Michael Werneth coming in, dropping 5 membership gifts himself. Michael's getting in on this. And just like that, you guys brought us to 15 members gifted. So just like that, we are now only 10 members away from hitting the first goal. You guys definitely don't make it a secret that you want to feed the beast. You want Boss to get his treats. You know he's always very happy when he gets his treats. So thank you guys for that. Already 15 members gifted today. Love to see it. And Matt, if I do end up playing Madison VR, I mean, first off, I want to say, I'm happy to hear that there's a third-party developer coming out here making, porting their game to PSVR 2, but giving it the time necessary, right, to take full advantage of PSVR 2. They're really seemingly trying to do everything they can. I love to see it. And we have Mickey coming in here and dropping a single membership gift for you guys. I could be wrong, but I feel like this is the first time I'm ever seeing community member Mickey here dropping a membership gift, but very much appreciate that, my friend. You just brought us up to 16 members. We'll keep this thing going today. Yeah, W's in the chat for Mickey, for Exley, and for Michael. And we have a super chat from Planet Schlorpian. He says, who's to say Western Sony devs don't design sexy women? But Milfy Freya, oh man, Milfy Freya from God of War comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, dude. It's easy, I think, sometimes to hyperfixate on some of the not so great looking stuff that comes out of the gaming industry sometimes, and I get it. Like, I'm not going into that conversation because, to be honest, I'm just so tired of it at this point, especially while I'm playing Stellar Blade, man. It's like, what a great game. But you are right, Planet Schlorpian. People, I think they just completely overlook a character like Freya, where, like, listen, it's not something that really matters to me, but if I were to give my opinion on it, like, yeah, Freya seems like a pretty attractive female in God of War and God of War Ragnarok, And I'm not going to get into spoiler territory, but of course there's always that kind of dynamic where it's like, is there going to be some kind of potential romance somehow, some way between Kratos and Freya? Well, go play the games and specifically play the DLC, maybe the free Valhalla DLC. But yeah, Planet Schlorpian, it's kind of like how I've talked in the past about, I understand that sometimes people get a little bit frustrated because they're like, oh, are they making all of these characters, like lesbians and whatnot? It's like, well, okay, look, I get it. That's a thing that exists with some PlayStation Studio titles, but what about all of the other games where it's not like that, right? Where there's just, straight relationships. I just feel like when you are if you're paying too close attention to the stuff on the internet, people are very quick to, I think, come to certain conclusions, but doing so somewhat with a narrow viewpoint. Not to say that they don't have valid points, because I do think a lot of people bring up a lot of valid points. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is when we're having conversations about this type of stuff, which I don't really plan to do today, it's best to try to look at the whole scope and consider everything before coming to some type of conclusion. That's all we really can do. But Planet Schlorpian, I do appreciate the super chat, bud. And with that being said, I am going to dive into the first topic here. And I see really quick, Michael Werneth says, Mickey isn't even a member yet, LOL. Let's change that. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. See if we can get enough membership gifts flowing today. Maybe Mickey can get lucky enough to receive one. I want to dive into the conversation about Stellar Blade, specifically giving my impressions of the game so far. I have put about, let me see here, 3.5, maybe 4 hours into the game. And I will let you know right up front that I decided not to actually transfer over my my progress that I did from the demo, simply because I just wanted to start over again. I wanted to replay that beginning section and just kind of, again, get familiar with it. I only played the demo one time around the time it actually released, and I beat it in one sitting. So I was like, you know what? I just don't feel completely comfortable just diving into where I left off. I'd rather just start from the beginning. So I had to spend at least an hour to an hour and a half kind of replaying that section and just refamiliarizing myself with it. But where I am right now, I don't think I've gotten to the more open section of the game. I did hear that after the first area, the first main area, because the first main area of the game is pretty linear. I heard that once you get to the second area, that's when things really start to kind of open up. I don't necessarily know if it's open world or not. Maybe you guys can tell me. I think there just might be more open areas that are a little bit more explorable. But I'm really enjoying the first section of the game. I actually am very much enjoying the linearity of the game. So I'm curious to see how I may feel as I progress if it does open up a little bit more. Yeah, like when it becomes semi-open. But I do feel like this is a really good way to handle this game so far. Is the the game does do a very good job at teaching you everything you need to know essentially to be effective and to be competent in your approach towards, all of the enemies, but certainly the boss battles. And I just finished, I think, the third main boss battle. I think it was called a Corruptor. I could be mistaken. I earned a trophy for it. I'm pretty sure it was called a Corruptor. And to me, this felt like the first actual like kind of skill check of the game so far, because there's the very first boss that you fight with Taki, and that was somewhat difficult, but really not too hard. Maybe you die once or twice, but then you kind of get it after that. And then there's the second boss battle, which I would say is slightly more difficult, certainly, and can be more challenging. And maybe I was able to defeat it the first time this time because I already defeated it previously in the demo. But the third boss, I gotta say, definitely skill checked me a bit, where I found that I died probably 6+ times. And what I discovered that I was having a really hard time with is the parry mechanic in this game. Now, obviously, parrying is a very significant part of the combat in Stellar Blade, and I want to talk about this for just a moment because there's obviously, with a game like Stellar Blade, many comparisons to be made. I'm not going to compare Stellar Blade to many games, or at least I'm going to try not to. I just want to talk about it in its own right. Now, when it comes to the way that Stellar Blade handles the parry mechanic, there is a very slight delay. And I think anybody who's been playing it, you can tell like there's a bit of a delay. It feels like what would be perceived as maybe even input lag. But apparently it was confirmed by the developer that this was actually intentional. And they say here it's due to the game's style of animation. It says here, being reported by Push Square, that Stellar Blade is out today and fans can finally play the full game to see what all the fuss is about. If you didn't get a chance to try the demo or just wanted to go in fresh, it is worth knowing that the half-second input delay when parrying or dodging is a feature, not a bug, as the game's director recently explained. Speaking to Japanese outlet 4Gamer, Shift Up's Kim Hyung-tae was asked about the half-second or so of input lag present in the demo, the slight delay between the player inputting a command and the character on screen executing the maneuver. He claims that this is a deliberate design choice made to keep the animation smooth. In Stellar Blade, there's about a half-second of lag between the moment you press the button and the moment the skill is visible on screen. It's a time lag that can't be reduced any further. We made it so that the character's movement does not get triggered immediately upon the press, as we felt this would not fit the game's style of animation. Thus, we made it so that the skill itself is activated the moment you press the button, but the animation of the movement follows afterwards. Kim added that if feedback from players shows that the delayed animations make the game materially more difficult, it would consider making changes in the future. This already appears to have been addressed in some sense in the game's Day 1 update. And so it says here on the official Stellar Blade Twitter account, the Day 1 patch fixed the input time for basic attacks, as well as the timing of blocking and parrying to be more responsive. And they also did mention that this patch added the ability to turn off chromatic aberration and film grain, which is nice. Now, I want to talk about this because I don't think the delay in the parry or the dodge is really that severe or noticeable. However, specifically with the parry, when I'm in boss encounters specifically, it does reveal itself. And, I do take their word for it here where they say it's an animation situation and a design choice. And the fact that they're kind of acknowledging that if there's enough player feedback, they're basically saying straight up, we can change that. But here's my thought on this. On one hand, I am finding it quite difficult to actually properly parry in this game with some of the boss battles, because I feel like my timing is right. Like I'm looking at their attack animations and I feel like I'm hitting it when I'm supposed to, but then I find that, oh no, I still got hit anyway. But then there are other times where it does land. And there is this system in Stellar Blade where they call it like a balance system. So underneath the bosses, or it's actually underneath all enemies, but I think it's much more important in the boss battles, there are basically like small yellow squares, and each enemy and each boss has a certain amount. So if you're facing, at least the bosses that I faced, the first three so far, they had about 5 yellow squares underneath their health bar, which represent their balance. And basically what it means is that every time you pull off a perfect parry, you take away one of those yellow squares. And if you reduce all of those yellow squares, so if you pull off 5 or 6 perfect parries, not in a row, you just have to pull off 5 or 6, you get to do, I forget the name of it, I think it's called a retribution attack, where you basically get to press triangle and there's this like really powerful attack you execute with some really awesome looking animation, and it does a massive amount of damage to the bosses. And it really kind of adds this layer of, you want to try your best to pull off as many perfect parries as you can so you can use that retribution attack, because it's going to absolutely make your life easier when it comes to that boss battle. To whereas if you are not able to properly pull off those perfect parries, you absolutely can still defeat the bosses without parrying at all. You can, but it definitely requires more skill. You have to dodge a lot more. You're going to have to manage your health a lot more, and you're going to have to play defense a lot more while balancing out your attacks. And that's where I kind of realized, specifically with the third boss battle, that I was thinking to myself, if I was able to, if there was no input delay whatsoever, like as they're mentioning here, like a half a second or so of input delay with the perfect parry, if it was just instantaneous, how much easier would it make this game? How much easier would it make the boss battles? And I honestly thought to myself, like, it would probably make it substantially easier. In fact, I could probably just destroy most of these bosses just by perfect parrying over and over again and using this retribution attack. So I do wonder, and this is just speculative on my part, I do wonder if the developer purposely decided to keep it this way to actually add a little bit more of a challenge to the parry itself. So that way, you know, it feels ultimately more rewarding when you do pull off those perfect parries, but also so you can't just essentially blitz through it by just having the absolute perfect instantaneous timing. Although I would say people are probably already learning how to navigate these boss battles with this half a second delay in the perfect parry window. So I just wanted to talk about this for a little bit here before giving my thoughts on the other aspects of the game, because to me this is proving to be the most challenging aspect, is mastering that perfect parry. I don't feel like I'm struggling with the game. That third boss battle, which I just completed, was the most difficult thing I've encountered so far, but it did not get me frustrated. I did not get angry. I did not feel like anything was unfair. It just simply felt like, okay, this is a new boss with a new set of attacks, specifically quite a few ranged attacks. And I just felt like I had to just rinse and repeat to really figure out, its attack patterns so I could master it and beat the shit out of it. And I did. And that's worth mentioning as well. You're saying here, MBG, there's a skill to upgrade the parry. I actually did notice that, and I think that was the last skill that I just upgraded, where I think it said it makes it slightly easier to pull off a perfect parry. Now, but I haven't tested it yet. Like, I think that was the last skill that I actually unlocked, and I'll have to put that to the test. And I didn't consider that as well, right? Where I actually, sometimes when I'm getting engrossed in the combat and just flowing with the gameplay, I do forget that, like, there are a ton of skill trees here. And that's another thing about Stellar Blade so far, is there are so many skill trees. There's clearly so much more to this combat. And that actually gets me very excited about playing this game, because I'm still very early on, but I know that 10 hours from now, or, when I put 10 more hours of gameplay time in, 15 more hours, I'm going to be doing so many crazy things, so much wild stuff. And I did notice that they added New Game Plus to Stellar Blade with the day one patch. And they even already have the New Game Plus trophies there, which are not attached to the main trophy list. They're separate. But this is definitely one of those games where I think there's a good chance I'm going to end up doing a New Game Plus run, because I just talked extensively about the parry system, but let me just talk about the combat overall for a moment here. And this is something that I really want to put a lot of emphasis on, because this is what you're mostly doing and mainly doing in the game. The combat in Stellar Blade is fantastic. It is. I know, again, that so many people have tried to compare this game, like how similar is it to Devil May Cry? How similar is it to Dark Souls? What about, this game or that game? And I just don't feel like comparing it, because I feel like this is just one of those games, just like most other games, it's like, it's just got to stand on its own. I don't want to see a game like Stellar Blade live in the shadow of all these other games, when in reality, it does feel relatively unique, I have to admit. Is it taking a lot of ideas from a lot of other games and a lot of different systems and things that have already been developed? Of course. But generally speaking, what I'm noticing with Stellar Blade is that it does feel pretty unique. It's got a bit of weight to it. It's got a bit of heft. Like, when you're running around and exploring, you feel pretty light, pretty loose, and pretty, I guess you could say, just kind of, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. You just feel like very nimble, right, when you're exploring. And I think that's good, because, you're just trying to explore. You're trying to get from point A to point B, or you're trying to, scavenge some new items and whatnot. But when you enter combat, it suddenly feels like, and this is not a bad thing, this is actually a good thing, it feels like, okay, there's weight added to it now, right? Like, now you're feeling like the gravity of you're in combat, and every move you decide to make matters, I guess is the best way to put it, where you feel like if you are not careful about your timing, if you are, if you are overly aggressive, you could pay for that. If you're not aggressive enough, you could pay for that. And it's just this kind of dance in a way. At least that's what it feels like to me. And I'm finding it to be like very satisfying. I am. And I see we have Michael Werneth coming in. Michael Werneth, he's trying. Oh, he succeeded. Michael ended up gifting Mickey a super chat. Mickey ended up he gifted him a super chat. He gifted him a membership. Love to see it. Michael, thank you so much for dropping another 5 membership gifts for the community, man.
Thank you.
Really means a lot. And then on top of that, we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus coming in here, dropping another 5 membership gifts for you guys. And just like that, they crush the goal. We are now sitting at 26 members on the day so far. These guys are doing some heavy lifting, and they're keeping the membership train going. W's in the chat. Michael says Exley is flexing on me. Well, they don't call him Exley Get Some Trismegistus for nothing, right? But yeah, really appreciate that support, guys. I'm going to update the member goal. I have a milestone chat that I'm going to read, and we'll continue with my thoughts on Stellar Blade. But generally speaking, the combat has some weight to it. You're not, I don't know if that changes as you unlock more skills and as you unlock more abilities. Like, I don't know if by like the end of this game, for example, if suddenly you feel way more nimble in combat than you did previously because of all the different skill trees you've unlocked. I can't speak to that yet because I simply haven't gotten there yet. But right now, based off of the few skills that I have unlocked and the general flow of the combat, it definitely has this weight to it that makes it feel as though you really have to think through. And I want to say this too, because I feel like the way I'm describing it, people might think it's like really slow. Like it's like, you know, every swing you take is like slow-mo and you got to think. I don't mean it like that. I just mean that for example, if I want to go up to a boss and I want to do a combo like square, square, triangle, light attack, heavy, I need to time that correctly because that boss is likely revving up some kind of attack or attack chain that if I don't time that, as soon as I'm trying to get to my heavy attack, it's just gonna fucking smash me to the ground, or it hit me across the map, or the fight or the arena that we're fighting in. And that's what I kind of mean, where it's like you are fast, you are nimble to an extent, but you just really have to be aware of how you're timing your hits and your combos and when you're going in for the attack. And of course, you have your beta skills, which honestly, huge difference maker for me in boss battles. That's been like the biggest difference maker. And most of the things that I've been upgrading in skill trees is for those beta skills, because when I'm finding that these regular attack combos are not doing it for me, there's no way I'm going to beat this boss just through regular attack combos. I need to rely on those beta skills. I think that's what they're called, the beta skill attacks, and they're really fun, dude. Like they're actually very satisfying. But we have MRPD here, member for 10 months, saying, which combat do you prefer so far, Ronin or Stellar Blade? Honestly, as of right now, I think I might be leaning towards Stellar Blade, and that's saying something because I really do enjoy the combat style in Rise of the Ronin. The combat in Rise of the Ronin is very satisfying. And there's many different styles, but I'm just finding that with Stellar Blade, I don't know. There's just it's doing something with my brain where it's like the level of satisfaction that I am experiencing after defeating a small group of enemies, or defeating a medium-sized enemy, or defeating a boss, especially. I can't quite put my finger on it, but whatever Shift Up cooked here with the way the combat works, it's lighting up certain things in my brain that's making me feel very good and very satisfied after each encounter. And it's also like, have I died a couple of times in some dumb ways? Yes. But the dumb ways that I've died, I realize it's my fault. Like, it wasn't the game's fault. It was just because, like, oh, I got overly aggressive. I really should have played more defensive there, or I didn't manage my health enough, or I just took simply too many hits. Stuff like that. And that to me is what's making it's making it feel like such a very balanced difficulty here, where I'm playing it on the regular difficulty. I think it's the hardest difficulty. I don't think there's a difficulty level above that. And I was very curious to see all right, how difficult is this going to become? Like, is this going to feel overly difficult? Like, is this going to feel like something where I'm going to have to spend hours upon hours learning the combat, mastering it? And I guess I'll say this. Stellar Blade it's very much one of these games, from what I've played so far, where it's easy to pick up and play, difficult to master, but that is what kind of keeps you on the hook. And I feel like I've played a lot of games with very satisfying, very rewarding combat that it's not really as easy to pick up and play. It just doesn't have that layer of simplicity from the onset, to where it basically asks you right up front, you're gonna have to learn this, and it might be very difficult, but it'll be worth it, right? This, I think, kind of finds a more even middle ground where it definitely lets you know that it will get difficult at certain times, and there are things you're going to have to master, and there are things you are going to have to learn. But at the same time, again, the very first encounter you have in this game are just with some basic enemies, and it essentially just feels like a hack and slash for, you know what I mean? Like, for your first couple of groups of enemies that you encounter. And I think it's really once you encounter that first boss, Stellar Blade lets you know that, but there's more to it. You know what I mean? You can't really hack and I guess you technically could, but it's going to be pretty difficult. You can't really hack and slash your way through this boss. There will be some level of strategy, some level of strategic decision making when it comes to blocking, dodging, and attacking, and using your abilities. You're going to have to put that into play here. We also have Michael Werner here with a milestone chat, member for 6 months, saying, hit that like button to support MBG in the community. Every like helps. Well, thank you so much for that, Michael. Yeah, I'll just reiterate what Michael's saying here, guys. Hit that like button. It definitely helps the channel and it helps grow the community here. We also had Planet Schlurpian with another super chat saying, to think Stellar Blade almost came to Xbox. Yeah, it is interesting to look back at the trajectory of this game and the history of it, where when Stellar Blade was first announced, it was announced for the Xbox platform. And clearly when Sony got involved, they wanted to lock it down and say, we want to make this exclusive. We want to fund this game. We want to publish this game. And I don't know how much Sony helped with the development side. I'm going to assume probably minimally, because it's more of a third-party deal. But what I can say is Shift Up has proven they know what they're doing. I have to say, you know, as I'm talking about the combat here and how satisfying it is, this studio, I think, has really proven something. And that is that this is our first AAA like console experience, like single player console experience we're making. And they proved that like they did a great job. Like I think they did a better job than most developers. Like again, first time out of the gate making a game like this, I think they did a better job than like probably 90% of developers would. And I'm very impressed by it. Again, I'm not far in the game, but what I played, it's not perfect, you know, like I can't sit here and tell you that like I'm gripped by the narrative and I'm just so, I mean, it's somewhat interesting. Like speaking to the story of the game, it's somewhat interesting. It's not my main driving force behind why I'm continuing to play. Truthfully, it is the gameplay. The gameplay is, to me, carrying the bulk of this game, which is perfectly fine with me because that's why I play games. If the story gets better and really starts to draw me in more, then great. That's awesome. But right now, the most basic aspect of Stellar Blade does seem to be the story and the narrative, and it's not bad. It's just, it's okay. Yeah, you know, it's there. It's serviceable, and we'll see where it goes. But even then, like, it's not overly like cringy or anything, you know. I will say that it's executed very well. Like I was kind of wondering if with some of the choices they made with the soundtrack and the music and, you know, the way that, because like I'll never forget when I was watching stated plays in the past and I saw trailers for this game. I remember like talking to you guys about how I don't know if this game's going to be for me. I'm not really digging the way they're presenting it here, but I would always say, but the combat, like when they would show the small sections of combat and action, like, it looks very good, and that might be what brings me to this game. And then obviously there was a huge push with this game from Sony and Shift Up that I wasn't expecting. That, you know, when we saw it at the State of Play in January, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this game for sure, and I'm just so happy that, you know, it all came together, man. It did. Like I feel like this game could have fell flat, truthfully, and Sony could have made a bad bet here, but quite the opposite. This game is, I don't want to say it's exceeding, well, in some ways it is exceeding my expectations, because again, I don't know that I would expect a game this polished and this fun and this great feeling from a studio's first time making a AAA single player action game. But I'm just happy that I'm enjoying it as much as I am, because at the end of the day, that's really all I'm seeking out in video games, is just, I want to play those games that just keep me feeling like I want to go back. I want to keep playing. I want to get the platinum. I want to do everything I can in this game. Somebody asked me earlier if I'm planning on platinuming the game. I think I'm going to go for it. Yeah, I think so. Did they just announce that? 1 million plus copies sold already? Let me go check. I'm not surprised if that's true. Let me check here. I'm not seeing anything so far. Was this an official announcement that was made, or is this just speculation? Stellar Blade to reportedly hit 1 million sold in 24 hours. Okay, so it's like a report saying that that's basically it's on track to maybe do that. I'm not surprised if it sells really well. Yeah, it seems like it's currently speculation, but if it does sell well, I assume Shift Up will talk about it because, I mean, if they were to sell 1 million units in 24 hours, that's really impressive for a studio's first time putting out a AAA console game like this. It's very impressive, and I hope it does well because it's a good game, dude. Like that's again that is the most important thing I could suggest anybody to take away from what I'm saying here is if you're asking me, is Stellar Blade a good game or not? Is it worth playing if you're into single player action RPGs? My answer is yes, absolutely. We have the 1222 with the milestone chat, a member for 11 months saying, I'm enjoying Stellar Blade so far. The music is awesome. This needs to win awards. Yeah, I don't know if this game will win awards or not. But I mean, there are aspects to it that, yeah, I would say like it's something in this regard. It does remind me of, say, Lies of P, where Lies of P is another example of, I think, a Korean studio. Seems like the Korean studios are starting to really rise up here with these single player action RPG games in the same way that Lies of P kind of just came out of nowhere and was like, wow, this is very good and extremely well made. Like, who are these guys again? Like, where'd they come from? And it did win a couple of awards in some areas, or at least was nominated for some awards. I think Stellar Blade is kind of in that exact same boat. Truthfully, if I know I said I was going to try to avoid comparisons, and I guess I'm not trying to compare it on a gameplay level because Lies of P is certainly different, but there seems to be some kind of shared understanding, I guess, between some of these Korean developers that are making these AAA console games, like I think it was Round 8 Studios with Lies of P, and now Shift Up with Stellar Blade. Like, they just have this inherent understanding of like they know what to take from other games, they know what to add to make it unique and make it their own, but most importantly, they understand that the quality has to be the most important thing. They have to execute on the quality, because you could take all these great things, all these great gameplay mechanics, you can put them together, but if the quality isn't there, people aren't going to really pay as close attention, and they seemingly checked off all the boxes here. Again, I'm not saying Stellar Blade is a perfect game. I can't even give it a rating yet because I'm not far enough into it. I'll be able to tell you for sure, like, just how good I think Stellar Blade may or may not be once I complete the game. But so far, again, if I had to compare it to anything feeling wise, not gameplay wise, just how it's making me feel, so far, it's very close to Lies of P, where when I picked up Lies of P, within the first 30 minutes of me playing that game, I just knew, I'm like, I like this. I like the way it feels. I just like everything about it. It's speaking to me, right? Like, it's speaking to me, and I know I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this game. And I was right. Lies of P was my game of the year last year, because even for as awesome as games like Final Fantasy 16 were, like, I could not believe how much fun, like how addicted I got to playing a game like Lies of P, because of it's the level of satisfaction, man. And it was mostly gameplay driven. And I'm getting that exact same feeling here with Stellar Blade, where it's like, okay, maybe the story, although I will say that the story in Lies of P I did overall find very interesting. Certainly. Right now, the story aspect and narrative aspect of Stellar Blade is not like sucking me in and making me feel like, wow, I like can't wait to know what happens next. It's actually in a different way. It's like, I can't wait till I encounter the next boss battle. Like, I can't wait to see what I face next. I can't wait to see what new skill I unlock next, or what new ability I unlock, and how I can use that against the upcoming bosses. Like, this is what I'm enjoying most about a game like Stellar Blade. And let me just talk about the visuals as well for a moment here. I did talk about this after playing the demo, of course, but this is the final version of the game. I am currently playing Stellar Blade in the balanced mode, and I think this might be the first time I played a game like from the time I started it, and I didn't go back and switch to performance mode. I'm continuing to play it in balance mode because it's actually really, really, really good. I'm quite shocked, to be honest, at how well the balanced mode runs, where the resolution is, from what I mean, I know it's still dynamic, but from what I could tell, most of the time it's still very high. And the frame rate, while it's not as stable at times, from what I can tell, is maintaining that 60 or very close to that 60 FPS. And if there was any kind of like major dip, I didn't really notice it. The balance mode is very, very well done in this game. The performance mode, I was thinking about playing in the performance mode, but again, when I was kind of toggling between balanced and performance, I just kind of felt like, well, performance mode just looks so much better, but also seemingly runs about the same or very close to it. So I'm just going to stick to the balanced mode. I didn't play the fidelity mode. I switched it to fidelity mode one time, and I think everybody knows what to expect from fidelity mode. This game isn't necessarily like pushing the boundaries of how good a game can look in fidelity mode. Certainly not. But, if you don't mind 30 FPS, then I guess that's the way to go for you. But I would recommend playing Stellar Blade at least in the balance mode over the fidelity mode, because this is again, the game does have weight to it, and it's not, the most fast-paced game I've ever played. But you do definitely, I think, want to have those extra frames when you're in the boss battles and when you're fighting, because if you don't, I mean, I beat a game like Bloodborne at 30 FPS, so I'm not saying it's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, everybody makes it sound like you can't play games at 30 FPS, but everybody who played and beat Bloodborne did so at 30 FPS with bad frame pacing. You could definitely do it, but I would recommend, because the options are there, at least play the balance mode, maybe the performance mode. Will I platinum it? I'm planning on it. Yeah. So the game looks very clean. I like the style. It's not it's not the best looking game I've ever seen, certainly not, but it is very clean looking. It's performing very well, and yeah, I also want to highlight that too before I move on here. We were hearing from Digital Foundry that they were praising this game because of how well optimized it was for PS5, how there were like no bugs, no glitches. The frame rates are stable, the resolutions are solid. It's just all around a complete package that you can tell was thoroughly optimized for the PlayStation 5. And they were giving a lot of credit to the developer for that. And I got to back that up and say, from what I've played so far, same. It's not, I am trying to think if I've experienced anything so far that would count as like a noticeable bug or a glitch or massive frame dip or some kind of freeze or crash. Nothing. I haven't had anything of the nature. It's all been running perfectly smooth, perfectly well. Yeah, it's just a gosh darn good video game. So let me see if there's any. So when it comes to, I want to say this as well. I want to talk about the checkpoint system for just a moment here. Again, trying to avoid too many comparisons. I want to bring this one up specifically because I have seen people talking about it, and it has created, I guess, a little bit of discourse online where there are people, I think, kind of arguing back and forth, like, is this game like Dark Souls or not? Is this a Souls-like game? Here's what I will say. I played all the Dark Souls games. I played Bloodborne. I played Elden Ring. And I played many other Souls-likes. There are, from what I've, and this is just based off of general feel, there probably are more aspects that are similar to Souls games, if I were to really think about it. But based off of just the general feel here, there are two things about this game that to me remind me very much of Dark Souls, where I'm like, oh, this like, okay, yeah, this feels like Dark Souls, but only with these specific things. Number one, the checkpoint system. Okay, the checkpoint system is, again, they're not bonfires, of course. I forget what they're called. They're like these kind of resting areas. But it's very much like Elden Ring, like Bloodborne, like Dark Souls. It's got that kind of checkpoint system. However, there is one very important thing to note here, unless I'm missing something, which I could be. But from what I can tell, the biggest difference, the camps, I guess that's what they call them, or outposts or depots or whatever. The biggest difference I can tell that exists here is that in between checkpoints, if you die in between checkpoints, you don't really lose anything, from what I can tell. And that is probably the biggest difference, where yes, it has that kind of inspiration from the Souls games, where we have these kind of checkpoints that you make your way to as you're just making your way through the game, but you don't lose anything. And I will say that I guess it depends on how you feel about this, right? You lose your pride. For some people, they do like having that added pressure of, if you die, you're going to lose your XP and you have one chance to get it back. I'm kind of glad they didn't put that in this game, because maybe it could have added something to the game, but it just doesn't feel necessary, for a game like Stellar Blade, because that's where I will say Stellar Blade does lean more so in the action department of, like, if you die, the most annoying thing is you go back to the checkpoint, you have to make your way back to where you died. But you don't have that extra pressure of, and you also got to make sure you recover your XP and don't die again, or don't die before you lose it. So I just want to say that it has one aspect when it comes to the checkpoints that reminds me of Dark Souls. It feels like it was vaguely inspired by Dark Souls, but there's a massive difference in that. The difficulty / frustration factor is kind of in that area removed. There is one other thing, though, that reminds me of Dark Souls, and it is with the boss battles. And I specifically experienced this with my previous play session, where I beat the third main boss, and I told you guys that was basically a skill check for me. I realized probably after my fourth time dying to that boss that, okay, like, yeah, here's the kind of Dark Souls aspect coming in, where I'm going to have to learn this boss. Like, I'm not gonna, because I think I kept approaching it thinking I can just like brute force my way through. I can just, not button mash, but just spam all my skills and just try to like be super aggressive up front, and I'll push my way through it, because I think that's kind of how I beat the last boss. I was just basically going crazy, and it worked, and I beat the shit out of it, and with a couple of perfect parries thrown in there. This time around, I realized, like, no, I'm gonna have to learn this boss's attacks, because he has quite a few different attacks. And that's why I keep dying, because every time I think, like, okay, he did attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3 and 4, and I blocked all them, or I dodged all them, or I parried all them. Then there's there's that 5th attack that I keep forgetting about. That's a ranged attack or an unblockable attack, stuff like that, where it's like, it's just that kind of rinse and repeat nature of, you just have to go in, fight and fight and fight, memorize, learn, and then eventually you get to that point where, like, I know all of your moves. I know everything you're going to do before you even do it. And now you're going to get destroyed. And yeah, in that way, the boss fights so far that I've encountered are similar to Dark Souls, but I have not encountered anything, again, only 3 bosses deep. I do wonder if down the line, when I get like halfway through the game, I don't know how much more difficult it gets. Like, I don't know if there's some boss battles down the line that are going to push me to my limit. I don't know. That's it. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Mr. B. You're saying Souls inspired, but not a Souls like. There you go. Yeah, it definitely has some inspiration there. And that's probably as far as I'm going to go with the comparisons. Can this game, again, can there be other comparisons made? Absolutely there can. But to me, Stellar Blade it's feeling very unique. I don't think I played anything quite like Stellar Blade. And so I want to just give my final thoughts on my initial impressions here before I move on to the next topic. And it's that Stellar Blade, I don't want to say is a must play. I don't want to say that yet because I haven't, again, gotten far enough to be able to feel comfortable saying something like that. But Stellar Blade is, again, one of these games where it went from, I'm really not sure about this game, I have to see more of it, to I saw more of it and I started feeling a little bit better about it, but I was still unsure, to I saw it one more time and I saw a lot of it. I saw 6 minutes worth of it and I was like, oh, yeah, I think this is 100% for me, to now I have it in my hands, I'm playing it, and the realization is like, this is definitely a game for me. This is a game that I know for a fact, I can at least say this, unless something cataclysmic happens halfway through the game to make it terrible all of a sudden. This is a game that when I look back on my gaming experiences of 2024, this is going to be at the top of the list. I'm not going to say it's going to be number one, but I think it will certainly be at the top of the list. And that's how I'm feeling about it. I'm very impressed. I think Sony did a good job locking, I don't want to say locking this game down, but I think Sony did a good job in seeing that there was something here with this game that, will it be exclusive forever? Probably not. And if it ever does go to other platforms, I highly recommend playing it and giving it a shot because it's very good. Maybe it will stay exclusive. I don't know. We'll find out. But I guess all I'm trying to say is that whoever bagged this game at Sony, they clearly saw that there was something worthwhile here, and they were correct. There is something worthwhile here, and I recommend it. I do. Right now, it gets my recommendation. And as I continue to make my way through it, as I continue to play, did I notice any changes in the outfits yet? No, I'm still early on where I think I only have 2 outfits unlocked. And you know what? I will just say this too. I'll throw this in there because I did see somebody asking a question a couple of moments ago, like, be honest, like, is the way the character looks, is it distracting you or anything? No, it's not. It's really, like, to be honest, that has actually become like a non thing. It's like not a thing for me in this game now. Like, I think it was easier to kind of hyper focus on look at the way she looks and look at her body and look at the jiggle physics when you're just watching the game. Like when you know what I mean? When you're not sitting there with a controller in your hand playing the game and experiencing it, you're just looking at it, and therefore I think that's something that's going to kind of stand out a little bit more so. But I can honestly say in my time playing the game so far, it's like it's not really a thing for me. However, I haven't unlocked many. I've only unlocked one other outfit, and it's basically like an orange variant of the first suit you get. So I'll have to progress further and see what other outfits I unlock. Also, again, reminder that in New Game Plus, there's 34 outfits to unlock, which is crazy. So we'll see. You're saying, Jack, Sony should fund the sequel? They probably will. We have the Game Cat Andrew Ehrenreich, member for 19 months, saying, if I could only get one, would you recommend Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or Rise of the Ronin? Also, can't wait for Madison VR. Well, that's a tough one. So here's what I'll say. You would have to make that choice based off of your past gaming history and your preference. If you didn't play FF7 Remake, I would say hold off on Rebirth because you should play Remake first and then play Rebirth. If you did play Remake and you here's the important part, if you played Remake and you really enjoyed it, I would probably go for Rebirth first. However, if that's not your situation, then at that point, between Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin, again, Rise of the Ronin, the one thing that surprised me about that game that I wasn't expecting is it's way bigger and frankly padded. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It depends on how you feel about it. It has padding in it, quite a bit of it. You don't have to do it, but it's an open world game, and it kind of follows that path that a lot of AAA open world games go down, where it's like, and there's a lot of side stuff to do, a lot of what could be perceived as tedious, but I guess again it depends on how your brain perceives it. For one person, it's tedious. For another, it feels satisfying. But there's just a lot of like checklist type stuff to do. But the combat is very good. I think the story's relatively interesting, not mind blowing or anything, but you know the kind of historical Japan, you know, and what's going on there, pretty interesting. But Stellar Blade is very different. You know, Stellar Blade is, I would say that Stellar Blade is much more focused. And that's where you have to kind of, I think, decide what type of gamer you are, which type of games you prefer. Where it's like, do you prefer more focused games that are a little bit more compact? Where I don't know how long this game is, but I imagine it's probably like a 20 to 30 hour experience. Maybe you could put probably 50 hours or so into it if you want to do everything. I think that's what the developer said. To whereas Rise of the Ronin, for me so far, has felt like it is not a 20 or 30 hour experience. Like, this is a game where if you want to do most of what's on offer, or at least half of it, you're going to put at least 50 or 60 hours into it. And if you want to do everything in it, it's going to be a long journey with a lot of content, and it's going to take up a lot of time. But it's also open world. And so that is another major difference between Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin, where, again, I heard that Stellar Blade opens up a little bit, where it has some semi-open world-ish parts, but Rise of the Ronin is just full open world. And in a lot of ways, it's similar to like some Assassin's Creed games from what people have told me. So hopefully that helps. I can't make that decision for you, but yeah, that'll have to be something you decide, Andrew. But yeah, I will say, I back up what Mass Produced says here. He says Ronin is very addicting. Yes, Rise of the Ronin can get very addicting. I'm finding myself feeling like I'm that like addictive gameplay feeling. It's coming back now with Stellar Blade, but happening much more quicker. But yes, Rise of the Ronin can become very addicting. That's a good question, Laurent. Do I like Stellar Blade better so far than Rise of the Ronin gameplay / story wise, or do I think they're equally good? I would say from a story perspective, Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin feel similar. Like, they are very different stories, but it just feels like it's not trying to be like a Hollywood blockbuster, you know, like kind of like how some of Sony's stories or narratives in some of their games are. It doesn't feel like that. I would say Stellar Blade is probably trying a little bit more so, but not by much. So on a story perspective, I kind of feel the same about them, like where it's not my main driving factor for playing this game. Gameplay wise, right? I don't know, man. I'm beginning to think that the edge is going to go to Stellar Blade. For as good as Rise of the Ronin gameplay is, I am really, really enjoying how it feels to play Stellar Blade. Like, it feels very, very good. So right now, I think I'm leaning more towards Stellar Blade gameplay wise, believe it or not. And that's saying something, because again, Rise of the Ronin's gameplay is very good and also very satisfying. But there's just something about that Stellar Blade action, man. So good question. Good question. But yeah, that's going to do it for the first topic here, guys. I wanted to be sure to give you my honest and thorough impressions of Stellar Blade so far. Again, I'm only about 4 hours or so into it, so I still have a lot left to do, a long way to go. I still feel like I'm just scratching the surface of what this game has to offer, and I am positive that I will be talking to you more about my experience as I progress. And then when I wrap it up, and maybe if I end up platinuming the game, which I think I'm going to try to do, I'll give like a final review on it, or at least I'll try to. Anyway, Michael Werner says the jiggle physics help. It does help. Yeah, I mean, hey, again, no complaints here, right? Will I be streaming it at some point? Yeah, I'm sure at some point I will be streaming it. Right now, I'm just trying to enjoy it on my own, get acquainted with it. But at some point, yeah, I will likely end up streaming it. Maybe in a members lounge. Maybe we'll do that. All right, so we're going to move on to the next main topic of discussion here, guys. And before we do, I want to once again just ask you guys, we have over 400 people here watching, so thank you guys so much for joining me today on the Sunday stream. Hit that like button for me. We are sitting at 173 likes. I think, could easily crush 200 likes. I'd very much appreciate that. But what I want to talk to you about now are more PlayStation exclusives coming this year. Well, I have some updates for you guys, as well as just a more general conversation I want to have about what does the second half of 2024 look like when it comes to PlayStation exclusives. I think this is an appropriate time to bring this up, not only because we have some new information, but also because think about Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade, to me, marks the end of the first half, essentially, for PlayStation exclusives this year. I talked to you guys pretty much starting at the beginning of this year about, hey, this is what Sony's got lined up for the next 4 months or so, 4 to 5 months. We're looking at The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, Helldivers 2, and it seems like it's going to cap off with Stellar Blade. And I'm honestly really enthusiastic about Stellar Blade capping it all off because it's been good, dude. Like, just before I get into the information, I want to give credit where it's due here once again to Sony, where I don't know if there's going to be a showcase in May, and I don't know exactly what the remainder of this year looks like when it comes to PlayStation 5 exclusives. But what I can say is that Sony has been feeding us very well for the first 4 months of this year. And they've done a great job. I know that there's a lot of people that are critical towards Sony, and there's a lot of nonsense online where people try to criticize Sony and make it sound like they don't have games or there's nothing worth playing. And it's like, actually, it's quite the opposite. Sony has, I don't want to say they've been on fire. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. But they have been doing, I would say, they've been surprisingly consistent. That's the way I would describe it. Sony has been surprisingly consistent, even throwing in a game like MLB The Show there, which, granted, that's not exclusive. It's still a first-party output. Sony's been doing a very good job at just making sure there's content here that, look, if you are a PlayStation player, we're going to have something here for you each month. Maybe, again, maybe you're not interested in The Last of Us Part 2 remaster. No big deal. Just wait till February. Maybe you're going to be interested in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If you're not interested in that, maybe you'll be interested in Helldivers. And if you're not interested in Helldivers, maybe Rise of the Ronin or Stellar Blade is more of your thing. Now, have I seen people that have said that they're not interested in any of these games? Yes, I have. I find that quite surprising because that's a lot of different games, a quite diverse slate of games, but I can believe it. I can believe that there are some people where it's like, yeah, I'm just not really interested in any of those games. I want to see different types of games from Sony. And so that leads us into this conversation that I want to have with you guys. I think I might have to bring Boston here, though, because he's starting to claw at the door again. Might have to feed the beast a little bit sooner than expected. I'll see. I think he stopped. I just don't want him to destroy my door. I'm trying to figure out a way to stop him from doing that. Boss wants snacks. I'll bring him in. And we'll run down this topic. Let's go get him. arrived. Come on. Time to feed the beast. Before we dive into this topic and this discussion, we have to feed the beast. He demands it. You guys did it. We're sitting at 26 members, and I told you, every time we hit 25 members, I give boss some more snacks, some new snacks. So come on, buddy. It's time. Don't want to give you too many, though. And I'll throw this up there, too. Boss is a very thankful cat. He's thankful for you guys. He's thankful for the support. So enjoy, boss. All right. You guys enjoy you guys enjoy him enjoying those snacks, okay? Irfan says, can you smell the showcase cooking, MBG? I can. Faintly. I can smell it faintly. But listen, I have 2 games here that we have updates for. 2 PlayStation 5 exclusive games that will be coming in 2024 that we're getting new info on. And again, after I give you this information, we're going to talk about what other games Sony may have lined up for 2024 exclusively for PlayStation. But before I do that, we have our good friend Hellbound 1981 coming in, keeping the membership train going strong today, dropping 5 more gifts for you guys. Clearly, Hellbound is feeling very good that his best friend, Boss, is... Oh, man, I'm going to have to give him a couple more. Hellbound, this is for you, bro. I'm going to give Boss just a couple more because he absolutely devoured those. Boss, come on, man. I'm trying real hard to make sure you don't get overweight, but geez. Just a couple more. Just a couple more. I'm going to have to buy one of those... Mrs. MBG was talking about this. She said that they make these big, like, running wheels for cats. They're basically like hamster wheels, but for cats. They're much bigger. Like, am I going to have to buy one of these for you, boss? You know? Guys, I need you to be honest with me, though. So, somebody said yesterday that Boss doubled in size since like 6 months ago. Is that true? I need to know. To me, it doesn't look like he doubled in size. But then again, like I could be blinded to it. Really? You guys are saying he's doubled. Hellbound says no. Laurent says he looks good. I think he looks good. Let me see. I mean, maybe he gained a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, he's a little bit bigger, but I don't think he looks overweight or obese or anything like that. And to be honest, I'd rather my cats be slightly overfed than underfed. Check my old streams. Yeah, I probably could do that. That would be the easiest way to tell. All right, sorry about that. Got very distracted by Boss there. Let's get into this conversation. Sorry about the interruption there. Low Cut says he's fat, MBG. Well, we'll have to get him lifting. All right, let's dive into this conversation. The first game, this I would say is one of the bigger releases that Sony has lined up for the PlayStation 5 in 2024. We have yet another update on the long-awaited Silent Hill 2 remake. And let me add this to the counter, by the way. We are sitting at 31 members, thanks to Hellbound. Silent Hill 2 remake, we have another update coming from Bloober Team. This is being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle. Bloober Team has said in its latest earnings call that it expects Konami to announce Silent Hill 2 Remake's PS5 release date soon. The developer has been putting the finishing touches on the game, which has already been reviewed and rated by the U.S. rating board, the ESRB. As spotted by ex-user Maro NL, Bloober Team CEO Peter, I don't know how to say his name, but the Bloober Team CEO told stakeholders that the studio's work on Silent Hill 2 is almost done, and it expects release date news soon. The translation of the comments also mentions an announcement of platforms, but this could be a mistake since the game was already confirmed for the PS5 and PC. However, since Silent Hill 2 is a timed PS5 exclusive, it's possible that the PC launch will come at a later date. There have been some rumblings of a PlayStation showcase for May 2024, with insiders convinced that Silent Hill 2 Remake's launch date will be one of the highlights at the upcoming event. Sony has yet to announce the PS5 Pro, so while the showcase is expected to focus on the hardware, it's possible that Sony will bring Silent Hill 2 Remake to the event considering its exclusive status. It's also possible that we could get a PS5 Pro enhanced version of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And I wanted to share this with you guys because I feel like we have been waiting to get a release date for Silent Hill 2 Remake for well over a year now. And the last we heard, Konami officially confirmed releasing later in 2024. Well, here we are about to enter May 2024. So it's now or never, right? If they want to have a decent amount of time to allow people to, not only pre-order the game, but market the game, they're going to have to announce a release date soon. And so Bluebird Team is coming out and saying, we're going to get an official release date from Konami very soon because they're pretty much done with the game. It was already rated pretty much everywhere. And I do think if we get a PlayStation showcase next month, this game will absolutely show up there and we will get I don't know, what do you think? Are you guys thinking maybe like a October release? That's what, the Vitruvian man, me and him are on the same wavelength right now. I'm thinking we're going to get an October release date for Silent Hill 2. And what would be really cool is if it does end up getting a PS5 Pro enhancement. That would actually be very nice. But yeah, when we're talking about the second half of 2024, when it comes to PlayStation 5 exclusives, again, I feel like Silent Hill 2 Remake is going to be one of the bigger titles to kind of round out this year. Now, granted, it's not a first-party game, and it is a timed exclusive. Still, this is a game that I personally would have bought a PS5 to play, knowing it's exclusive. I mean, there are many other reasons I would have bought a PS5, but to me, this game would be a system seller. I don't know if it's going to be a wider reaching system seller, but I do think that there are enough people out there that are fond of Silent Hill that maybe they would consider picking up a PS5. But even if you're not, it will be coming to PC at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised if Silent Hill 2 Remake at some point, maybe a year later or something, makes its way to Xbox. But Sony has it locked in for a year, and because of that, I think they're going to try to make a bigger deal of it. If Sony doesn't have a major first-party exclusive game to release in 2024, and when I say major, I mean like something truly, like a flagship AAA single-player exclusive, if Sony doesn't have that ready, then I could see them deciding to try to lean much more heavily on a game like Silent Hill 2 Remake. I just hope that Bluebird Team does it justice. I mean, that last trailer that they released, it wasn't horrendous or anything, but it didn't necessarily instill the most amount of confidence in me. So, I'm hoping that when we see it again, maybe the final trailer before the release date or the release date trailer itself, I'm hoping that it's true they made some finishing touches, I guess we could say. Because for those who missed it, it was discovered on Steam's backend that there's an updated picture of James Sunderland for Silent Hill 2 Remake, and it looks much more similar to the original game. So it does seem like maybe in the last couple of months and maybe this is why they decided to hold off on giving a release date, they made some changes to the way the character looks and maybe just some art style changes in general. Maybe this is the smarter way to go about it. But Silent Hill 2 Remake, that's on the docket. That is yet another PlayStation 5 exclusive that will be dropping in 2024. We just have to know what month it's coming out. Also want to address really quick, is it possible that Silent Hill 2 Remake could get delayed to 2025? I think it is possible, but man, that would be kind of wild. I think that would be pretty wild, so I'm not expecting that. We have Perfect Image here with a super chat saying the developers for Stellar Blade's choice of Unreal Engine 4, both graphics and FPS, is fascinating, and how Sony chooses particular engines for their games. Yeah, if I had to guess, Perfect Image, just to go back to Stellar Blade for a moment here with your super chat, if I had to guess the reason why Shift Up and Sony, well, I guess it was mainly Shift Up's decision. I don't think Sony would have much say in which engine that they would use to make this game. I think Shift Up probably went with Unreal Engine 4 because it was probably much easier, honestly. We've heard about Unreal Engine 5 and how it's been a bit of a struggle with developers or for developers on the current generation console. In our last stream, we did talk about Unreal Engine 5.4. One of the main focal points for Unreal Engine 5.4 is specifically targeting performance enhancements for current gen consoles. Because again, this is what developers have been complaining about. So I think the reason why they went with Unreal Engine 4 was to ensure that they could get the exact results that we see now. The game runs flawlessly. It was easy to optimize this Unreal Engine 4 action RPG title on the PS5. We didn't have to really stress out about the potential limitations, or if not limitations, just, certain pain points with Unreal Engine 5 that Epic has yet to iron out. So I do think with Unreal Engine 5.4, we're going to see way more devs adopting Unreal Engine 5 now, since it'll be much more I don't know if the word easier is the right word to use, but hopefully more efficient on current gen consoles. But yeah, it is fascinating, Perfect Image. It's always fascinating as we continue to discuss here to see which different types of engines developers choose to go with and why, right? Oh yeah, I should mention that as well. That's not listed in this article. Going back to Silent Hill 2 Remake here, Bloober Team did confirm that they're working on an unannounced new IP with Take-Two as the publisher. So obviously that's separate from Silent Hill, but that to me is also confirmation that this game is done. I mean, Bloober Team is out here taking deals with other publishers for brand new games. I would assume that Silent Hill has to be just done and ready to go. But we have an update on another PlayStation 5 exclusive. This one I think is a little bit more obscure, but also the people who know about it I think are very excited for it, and it does have a lot of potential to be another kind of Stellar Blade situation here. PlayStation exclusive Lost Soul Aside might finally get a release date. This is being reported once again by PlayStation Lifestyle. Final Fantasy-inspired PlayStation exclusive Lost Soul Aside might finally get a release date soon. The game was first revealed nearly 8 years ago in 2016 as a lone developer's private project. It was picked up by Sony as a PlayStation 4 exclusive the same year. It was originally scheduled to release in 2018. Lost Soul Aside's official X account announced that the game is now licensed to release in China. Developer Developer Yulty Zero's game's home country. Adding more context to the tweet, Nico Partners analyst Daniel Ahmad said that this means Lost Soul Aside has been reviewed in China and received the green light to launch. Fans should expect an update fairly soon, within the next 3 months or so. As for when we can expect Lost Soul Aside to actually launch, considering that the game is seemingly nearing the end of development, it's possible that a release date will be set within the next year. Ahmad said that the type of license that Lost Soul Aside received doesn't come with a release date deadline, so keep your expectations in check. Now, I wanted to put this out here as well, because Lost Soul Aside, I'm not as confident that this game will come out in 2024, but there seemingly is a chance, because it is making progress and it is nearing the end of its development cycle, that it could end up being like a late 2024 release here. And for those who have seen Lost Soul Aside, it turned out to be a much bigger project. This article points out that Lost Soul Aside was picked up by Sony back in 2016 to be a PS4 exclusive, and it was just a single developer making what seems to be a AAA Final Fantasy inspired game. But since then, the team has grown. It's become a much more ambitious project, and it is part of Sony's China Hero initiative. And again, the reason why I said earlier that this could end up being another Stellar Blade type situation is this game could end up being much bigger and much more consequential to the overall PlayStation portfolio and to PlayStation players than we might think. I think this is just one of those games that's kind of going a bit under the radar. And to be fair, it hasn't really been marketed very much. But the fact that they are, getting approval to release in China, it's getting rated. I think it is worth noting that it says here, again, this is from Daniel Mod, that we're going to be hearing about this game fairly soon, at least within the next 3 months or so. This is another game that if Sony is doing a PlayStation showcase in May, this game absolutely could show up. In fact, you'd have to question why it wouldn't show up in some capacity. And so I don't know that my hype levels are too high for Lost Soulside, but what I've seen of it, it does look promising. It's something that I'm paying attention to. Again, it's very similar to Stellar Blade, where it's not on my radar, but I could see it kind of coming in out of nowhere, just kind of coming out of left field and just totally getting my attention and being like, okay, here we go. Exactly. Same thing with Project Awakening. We could see Lost Soulside next month. We could see Project Awakening next month. And that's on top of seeing Silent Hill 2 remake next month. And I know that people are eager for new game announcements, and I think we're going to get, for sure, new game announcements. But these are games that have been in development for some time that people have been waiting to hear more about, to find out if they're going to release or not. And so I don't want to make any promises. We might not hear from Lost Soulside. We might not hear from this game until maybe sometime in September. Same thing with something like Project Awakening. But at the very least, I do feel extremely confident that we are going to hear about Silent Hill 2 Remake in the next 30 days. Like, I just feel very confident we're going to hear about that. And see somebody in the chat mentioning a possible Lost Soulside demo. That would be nice. That would be very nice. And yes, Little Devil Inside. I think that game might be in development hell. I'm not confident that we're going to see Little Devil Inside. I think they were actually searching for a publisher, by the way. I think that game basically got completely rebooted and is in development hell, and they lost Sony as a potential publisher because the developers of Little Devil Inside, a couple of months ago, they gave an update where that's basically what they kind of said. Like, it's just, it might not be as dire as I'm making it sound, but it just sounds like there are some issues that are not going to necessarily be rectified anytime soon. And the point being, I don't think that game is anywhere near release, and I don't think Sony's going to just... I think Sony is kind of at that point as a publisher. Like, Sony has been publishing so many second and third party games for so many years. I think Sony's at that point where if a game really starts to look like it's just not coming together, like this is going to be a game that's going to be in development hell and we don't want to be attached to it for the next 10 years, they just drop it, And sometimes that's a mistake, but other times I think it's a very wise decision. In this case, I think they may have just kind of walked away from it. And you can't really blame them, I see that Corey Landiga enters the chat immediately with 3 boss emojis. Boss is here, yes. And we did feed the beast, Corey. Sorry you missed that, but we did feed the beast. He's well nourished. And he is looking pretty big, though. And Corey immediately, as soon as he enters the chat, he sees the boss and he drops a 10 bomb for the boss. Corey, the legend Landiga, comes in and drops 10 more memberships for you guys. 10 more membership gifts for you guys, sorry. And we are now sitting at 41 members gifted. Thank you guys so much for all of your continued support. I really mean that. We are now just 9 away. We are less than 10 membership gifts away from hitting a second goal, from hitting 50 memberships. And if we do hit that 50 at the end of the stream, and I promise it will be at the end, not in the middle, at the end of the stream, We'll do some reps. We'll do a little short workout. Get the blood pumping. I would try to do more reps with Boss, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'll have to use the laser pointer later on too to get him to run around a little bit more. I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to get him to run around with the laser pointer a little bit more so he can burn off some of these snacks he's eating. But let me add Corey's 10 bomb to the counter here. So 9 away from hitting a second goal. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, and you know what? I also forgot to do this at the beginning of the stream. My apologies. And Corey, you did remind me. I want to make sure to give a special shout out. And maybe it's better I do it now because there's more people here. But I just want to make sure to give a special shout out to the top donors to the channel last week. There's so many people that come to the channel, that donate, that support. And, obviously I'm thankful for every one of you. But last week, the top 4 were Corey Landiga coming in with the Platinum Trophy, Mitul Patel, or Big MP as he's known, with the Gold Trophy, Steven Leon with the Silver Trophy, and Disco Cobra 2013 with the Bronze. You see Boss jump behind me? That's a pretty big leap. I'm telling you, I had my bench out yesterday, and I was doing some skull crushers, and he was trying to leap over me as I was doing it. And I was like, man, if I could catch this on stream, it would look so cool. Yeah, Boss is he's still in good shape. He is. I think so. Now he's just literally licking the remnants of the treats that I gave him earlier. Oh my God, look at that. He needs every last morsel. But yeah, thank you for that, Corey. And so continuing our conversation here, what I want to do now is let's kind of take a look. Let's try our best to map out. That's the best way I could word it. Let's try our best to map out the second half of 2024 for PlayStation 5 exclusives. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is bring up a list of games here. Gaming in 2024. So let me see if there are there any okay, here we go. So wait, hold on now. Did I miss something? V Rising. I thought that was a PlayStation 5 console exclusive, was it not? V Rising release date May 8th, 2024. Platforms PlayStation 5, Windows PC. So I think V Rising is coming out on May 8th. No, correction. V Rising is coming out May 8th on PC, and the PlayStation 5 version is releasing afterward. Okay, so this is a game that was in early access. It released in early access on May 17th, 2022, and I guess the full release for PC is coming May 8th, and then the PS5 version is coming afterward. So we don't have a release date yet for V Rising. I did want to point this game out, though, because I saw Sony giving this game quite a bit of attention. I think it showed up at the last State of Play, if I'm not mistaken, but I also saw recently that there was a blog post. So I think that this is a game that, again, Sony might be trying to kind of get behind a little bit. Maybe it's a game that Shuhei Yoshida, he's the head of indies over there at PlayStation now. Maybe he's trying to position it as a stronger type of indie title for PlayStation. Let me go down the list here, though, and see if there are any other PlayStation 5 exclusives. Spy X Anya Operation Memories. Oh, I have no idea what this is. I guess that's a game. It says it's coming to PS4 and PS5. And that's it. So Oh no, it's also coming to Nintendo Switch though. A day later. Okay, we're not going to count that. Still looking. I'm still so yeah. Very interesting. I'm looking at this list of game releases for the remainder of the year, and I want to make something clear. There are a ton of game releases scheduled for 2024. We are focused specifically on PlayStation 5 console exclusives, but if you are somebody who plays more than PlayStation console exclusives, which I do, and I'm pretty sure everybody here does, a lot of games still coming to look forward to. But I am very interested in this idea of, again, Sony had a very strong first half of 2024. I'm curious to know if they're going to maintain that consistency throughout the rest of this year. So we'll start with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill 2 Remake, again, I think we're all in agreement that this is going to be a game that probably comes later on this year, maybe September, maybe October, around that time. And I think it's going to be a bigger title that Sony gets behind. It's going to be positioned as a $70 game. At least that's how much it is now if you pre-order it. So we got Silent Hill 2 Remake. Here's another one. Concord is not on this list that I saw, I guess because there's not a specific release date, but Concord, as of right now, is the only PlayStation Studios first-party game lined up for 2024. And we don't know exactly when it's releasing. In fact, we know almost nothing about Concord. In fact, I would even go as far to say that there's a decent chance, considering we haven't seen anything of Concord, it could be a game that gets delayed into 2025. But assuming that it doesn't get delayed and it is still planned for this year, this could be maybe a summer release. I don't think Concord would be a holiday release. I think that would be extremely unwise of Sony to position Concord as a holiday 2024 release, because you're going to have to compete with Call of Duty in October or November. Very bad idea. To me, a game like Concord should be a summer release. Something we also don't know about Concord is whether or not it's going to be a full paid game or a cheaper paid game like Helldivers 2 at $40, or if it's going to be free to play. We also don't know what the hell the game is, or what it looks like, or what the gameplay is like. So Concord always feels awkward to talk about because it is a game that's confirmed to come this year. It's been in Sony's marketing material for this year. In fact, Concord was featured in the upcoming PS5 games of 2024 trailer that Sony put out back in January. But it's awkward because we don't know literally anything about it. So I'm going to put Concord up there as a game that has the potential to either greatly enhance PlayStation's 2024 exclusive lineup or disappoint people with PlayStation's 2024 exclusive lineup. It really is a 50-50 situation, but it is the only PlayStation Studios game as of right now that we know of. However, if we continue with this conversation, there are a couple of other titles. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm correct. There is one other PlayStation title, not from a first-party PlayStation studio, but it is a first-party PlayStation IP, Until Dawn Remaster. Okay, I think this is a game people keep forgetting about. I say that because I pay very close attention to this stuff, and even I keep forgetting about it. Sony announced in January that Until Dawn is getting fully remastered for PS5 and PC, and it's getting re-released, and it's coming in 2024. This is another game. I guess it's more of a remake. You're right. It's not a remaster. It's a remake. If you read the blog post, they actually make it clear that they changed a lot of this with this game. So we have basically two relatively heavy hitter. I'd say Silent Hill 2 is definitely a heavy hitter. I guess we could count on, I don't know, would you say Until Dawn is a heavy hitter? Maybe a medium hitter. I don't know. I'd say Until Dawn is kind of like in the middle, where it definitely has its fan base. It's sold very well and people really like it. So I think it has the potential to do decently well, but I don't know. I would consider it a heavy hitter. I'd say it's right in the middle. I wouldn't say it's weak. Jakey Steve, you're saying it's fast food. Interesting. I'm really interested in Until Dawn because I never played it, and I'm not super hyped for it. Like, I don't feel like, Until Dawn, baby, like game of the year 2024. No, I don't feel that way at all. But I do feel like, people have been telling me to play Until Dawn for many years, and I never got around to it. And the people who told me to play it, they're like, it's very good, man. Like, it's surprisingly good. And so the fact that Sony, I guess it sold well enough, or it did well enough, that they're like, yo, we're gonna remake this game. I'm definitely interested in trying it out. I think Mrs. MBG's interested in it too, at least the concept of the game. I think it's basically like a playable horror movie or something, right? But we do have, so let's look at the list again. Silent Hill 2 remake, Concord, Until Dawn remake. That's 3 games that we currently know of that are releasing for the remainder of 2024 for PlayStation. Those are the only 3 games that I can think of that are officially confirmed. All 3 of those games, we have official confirmation, are targeting 2024. There is one other game that could be coming from PlayStation Studios that is currently just a rumor. Team Asobi's new Astrobot game. There is a rumor that at the next PlayStation Showcase, a new Astrobot game is going to be announced, and it's going to actually be scheduled to release later this year. I will say, look, I know that there are a lot of people that are not going to be super excited about an Astrobot game coming in 2024. I am not one of those people. I am one of those people where I will be excited for a new Astrobot game coming in 2024 because I loved Astro's Playroom. In fact, I was quite shocked at how much I liked Astro's Playroom. I couldn't believe it. So if they are going to actually have a full-blown new Astro game ready to go in 2024, I will be there day one. Very excited for it. And that would go a long way, just being honest, just speaking for me. That would go a long way in making me feel pretty good about Sony's second half 2024 lineup. However, it is currently just a rumor. We have no confirmation that this game is coming, that it exists, and that it's coming this year. We're going to have to wait to see if that happens. We have Antonio Lopes here with a super chat. He says, Paramount CEO resigned. Sony acquisition next week. Oh, man. Is this really going to happen? Yeah, there was the rumor last week that Sony was apparently very interested in acquiring Paramount. Here's the thing. I'm going to have to really think about what that would mean for PlayStation. I mean, people have told me, they're like, listen, Paramount owns a lot of IP, so if Sony were to acquire them, they would own all that IP, but this is not like Sony acquiring a third-party video game publisher. This is, you're saying that's according to Variety. Oh, okay. Interesting. So it's actually being reported by an outlet. Paramount, you're saying Paramount has a lot of game IP. All right, let's go on a little side quest here. Before I do that, let me read Bossman Davey 1980s super chat. $10 super chat. He says, I don't have faith in Concord because we don't know anything about it. It's almost like Sony is ashamed to reveal it. Like an ugly chick you creep with, but don't show or claim on social media. God damn, Bossman Davey. Not holding back there. Very interesting analogy you used there, but maybe appropriate, truthfully. Oh, excuse me. Maybe an appropriate one, Bossman Davey. I am worried about that too. I am worried that Sony is, like you're saying, like they're afraid that PlayStation fans are not going to dig this game, and it will not have the type of fanfare that they had originally hoped it would. It's either that, Bossman Davey, or it's the exact opposite, right? Because think about it. What's the other reason they would hold off showing it this long? Because they need a showstopper, right? They need a showstopper for 2024, a year where they don't have anything really massive lined up. But I'm very much worried that what you're saying could turn out to be the truth here, where again, I'm not trying to be negative towards Concord, because I don't think there's anything to be negative towards. We just don't know. But considering Sony's absolute reluctance to even show a single sliver of gameplay, that makes me worried, because that to me just doesn't feel very normal. I feel like it's very abnormal, and this is why I'm leaning more towards the negative side the more I think about it. It's very abnormal for Sony to be like, here's a game that's coming out from our studios in 2024, and here's zero gameplay of it. Here's a game coming out this year that we haven't shown you. Please be excited. It's like, I feel like that's a very abnormal thing for Sony to do, and I think it does kind of lend a bit of credence to this notion that, yeah, that's a possibility that you're saying maybe they're holding on to it to show off alongside the PS5 Pro. It could be that. That would be a very interesting strategy where it's like, again, if they really do believe in that game and they really think it's something special, it's like here's our showstopper moment. We show this game for the first time running on the PS5 Pro. That would be great. I don't want it to be bad. I don't. Because if it's bad, then it's just, that's just going to be very disappointing for everybody. So we'll see, Boss Man Davey. And let me try to finish this coffee here. I'm going to go on a little side quest here, though. Paramount, list of Paramount global video games. All right, that's a little. List of Paramount IP. Okay, wow. This is interesting. Wait, that's Paramount Pictures. I'm trying to find all of the IP that Paramount owns. $11 months ago, what does Paramount own? Why is it so hard to find this? Well, here's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, what does Paramount own that Sony would say, we need to do something with this for PlayStation? That's what I want to know. I mean, I know they own stuff like somebody mentions in the chat, Beavis and Butthead. I don't think Sony would do anything with Beavis and Butthead with PlayStation. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see them doing anything with that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I mean, I guess, yeah, but like, I don't think we're gonna see Sony. If Sony were to acquire Paramount, I could be wrong about this, but I just don't get the feeling they're gonna be like, okay, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a random PlayStation studio, like, okay, Fire Sprite, make a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. I mean, I guess they could, but like, that just feels like so out of left field. Transformers, Top Gun. I don't know. Wait, is that true? You're saying they own Hulk? That can't be true. Marvel regained film production rights for the character since February 2006, but Universal retained the distribution rights for the Incredible Hulk. Nah, that's Universal, I think. Variety confirms the rights of the Incredible Hulk have reverted to Marvel Studios. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. I was gonna say I haven't seen anybody mention that. If that was true, I think people would have been all over that. They own Mission Impossible. More benefits for PlayStation Plus. Bossman Davey also points out that they don't own Transformers. Hasbro owns them. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm thinking this, if this acquisition does happen, if it's announced that Sony is, in fact, going to acquire Paramount, I'm going to assume that is much more for the movie slash music, like, you know, more of like a Sony Pictures thing. I'm not saying that it won't have any material impact on the PlayStation side and the gaming side. I think it would likely have some impact. Like they would do something. But I'm just not convinced that like this is something that suddenly as like a PlayStation fan, it's like, oh man, this is exciting. Like I don't know that I could come to that conclusion because unless Sony announces they're making like a Frasier RPG or something, you know? I don't think I could really. SpongeBob, yeah. We've continued to get SpongeBob games, and like stuff. I think it's just gonna work. Let me put it to you this way: I think anything we see happening in gaming is like mostly gonna stay the same. Like so, for example, we will still get SpongeBob games, and that's technically owned by Sony. Like Sony owns the SpongeBob IP now, but like. I don't think Sony's going to be like, all right, Team Asobi, make a SpongeBob game. Although that would be very interesting, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. You know, I think it's just like, who makes the SpongeBob games now? Just have them keep making the games. Like, I don't think Sony's going to like stamp a PlayStation Studios logo on a SpongeBob game. I don't think that's how this is meant to work. I could be wrong though, man. I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to come to any conclusions here because we don't, as far as I'm aware, we don't know exactly what Sony's plans are. Like why, like what is Sony's main driving force to own Paramount? You guys are saying why not? I mean, of course, why not? I guess it's just hard for me to imagine that. That's all. It's just hard for me to imagine that like 2 years from now, we're watching a PlayStation showcase where Sony announces a new SpongeBob game. Like we see the PlayStation Studios logo come up and then it's a SpongeBob game. I mean, that would be like, I would feel like I'm in some kind of alternate universe or something, you know, like what happened? What? But they own a lot more than like just SpongeBob. I know that. We're gonna get like a really dark, mature cinematic SpongeBob game. Yeah, Corey Barlog's next game, SpongeBob confirmed. They own Avatar: The Last Airbender. Jackass the game. All right, here's my question though. How much is Sony paying for this if they do acquire them? How much is this going to be? Give me 1 sec. I will be right back. I got to go grab something. I got a package that arrived and I can't just leave it sitting outside. Give me 1 second. I got to go grab it. Sorry. All right. Sorry about that. It's pretty hot outside today, and I ordered new protein powder, and I definitely was not about to let that just sit out there in the sun. Um, Shit's expensive now too. So thank you guys for hanging tight there for a moment. Saying that was fast as hell. Was it? So you're saying Paramount is worth $8.3 billion. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I would be a little bit surprised, but not totally surprised. But if Sony ends up paying upwards of $8 billion for Paramount, man, I'm going to be kind of shocked that Sony didn't buy an actual video game publisher instead. You know? I will be kind of shocked by that because I guess on one hand, maybe it would make more sense for Sony to go for something like Paramount, because Sony is not just a video game company. Sony is an entertainment company, and Paramount, the intellectual properties that they own can be used for much more than just video games. But I guess I'm trying to say it would be difficult again for me to get excited about, well, to be honest, even if it was a video game publisher, it would be difficult to get excited about. You know? Gaming Survivor says either MBG is super fast or he walks through walls with some Astral Realm power shit. You'll never know. Do you ever wonder why I put that screen up so you can't see where I go and how I move about? Gaming Survivor's sitting there right now like, yo, what? Bro, I was just kidding. Yeah, maybe I am a mutant. Well, here's what I'm going to tell you guys. Here's my general thought process behind the notion of Sony announcing next week that they've acquired Paramount. If that happens, obviously I'll have to talk about it. It'll be a pretty huge deal for Sony. But when it comes to acquisitions at this point, especially after seeing what happened with Microsoft after they, now that they've fully and officially acquired both Bethesda and Activision Blizzard, I'm not pro acquisition. I'm just not, because if there's something that I suspected with these acquisitions, Microsoft making these mega level acquisitions, I suspected that this is not really going to benefit anybody except Microsoft. I mean, maybe that notion will change if something like Call of Duty launches in the Game Pass, but generally speaking, it's like not much is going to change. Like, they're going to continue to operate like a third-party publisher. It's just the money is now flowing in Microsoft's bank account. That is why I can't get excited about the idea of any big acquisition from Sony, even for something like Paramount. But if it wasn't Paramount and it was a major third-party publisher, I couldn't get excited because there's not much to get excited about. You know what I mean? Because it's like, so Sony, you're telling me that you purchased the company and I'm going to get what I was already going to get anyway, but now your logo's on it and you make the money from it. And it's still probably going to be everywhere. Wait, what? It's like, it's hard to get excited about that because it feels totally corporate at this point. And I think it's different from like smaller tier acquisitions. You know, like if Sony were to announce that they acquired, I don't know, what's like a smaller team that maybe Sony could, like Arrowhead, right? Like if Sony acquired Arrowhead, it's a little bit more exciting because it's like, I don't know, there's just something more, it feels like more homegrown in a way where it's like, this is going to maybe be something that Sony really tries to leverage and use to their advantage and leverage for the players, as in like, we got this really talented studio, they made this really great live service game, and we're going to really kind of grow with them. Really, maybe like Ember Lab or something, you know, like Ember Lab made Kena, Birds of Spirits. I don't know. It just feels very different compared to like if Sony were to come out and be like, we just acquired Capcom and nothing's going to change. We're just going to make lots and lots of money from Capcom games now, and that's it. You know, it's like, oh, okay. You know? And it's like, I guess you could celebrate it from a platform level. Did Boss jump again, by the way? He's making me nervous. He's like doing shit behind me. He's going to pounce on my head at some point. That's what he's training for. Here he comes. Let's see if I can get him to talk to Mike. Boss, get down. Get down. Get down. Come on. Get down. You gotta go. Go. Get down. Go. I'm sorry. I'm trying real hard to get him to meow into the mic, but he just never does. No matter how many times I try, he never does. He's purring really loud. Feed the beast. We hit 9 more members. I'll give him one more small little batch. Just a tiny batch. If we get 9 more members, I'll do one more small one. But oh jeez, I've been brushing my cats lately. And man, they are shedding like crazy. I can't keep up. They have so much fur and hair everywhere. There's a Paramount gaming channel on YouTube. I had no idea. Bossman Davey 1980 with a $2 super chat says Paramount owns BET. Def Jam Vendetta? Oh wow, okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't see stuff that I feel like there's so much I just don't know about Paramount. It'll be really interesting. Let go. No. Bad cat. It'll be really interesting to see what Sony will do with Paramount and all that IP after they own them. But yeah, my thoughts on it right now, it doesn't really get me very excited. It's fascinating and it's interesting. The implications are interesting because it is a very big deal for Sony, and it's just one of these things where if it does happen and it does turn out that Variety's report is correct that Sony's going to announce they've acquired Paramount next week, if this happens, I'm going to need to just kind of, I'm going to have to chill out on the speculation because I really don't know what Sony's plans would be with Paramount, specifically when it comes to PlayStation. I'll leave the speculation mostly to you guys, and I guess my hope is that maybe Sony would, if they were to announce this, hopefully, I would hope that Sony says something specifically about what it means for PlayStation, so it could, we could have some kind of official information, and I could relay that to you guys, and like, Sony just bought Paramount, this is how they say it it's going to impact PlayStation and their plans for PlayStation. But right now, I have no idea. I really don't. We have Andreas here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, imagine Sony acquires Paramount, then owns the TMNT rights, and then hands over Rise of the Ronin hands over Rise of the Ronin game to Sucker Punch. Are you talking about I know you don't mean Rise of the Ronin, the game that just came out. You're talking about the I think it's the last Ronin. Is that what you're talking about, Andreas? I know that there's like it's like a darker version of TMNT. Yeah, the last Ronin. See, I'll be honest with you, man, like that to me that doesn't get me excited. I would be so depressed if that were to happen. And I know that's what you meant, Andreas. And I'm not trying to take away your excitement, but for me, it's like, dude, if we went from Ghost of Tsushima to a Last Ronin TMNT game, I'd be like, no. God, please, no. We could have had it all. We could have had it all, Sony. No, I would be very disappointed in that though, man, because like, yeah, I want Ghost of Tsushima to, I want to see that franchise grow and continue. I mean, if Sony wanted to task a different studio with that, maybe. Just not Sucker Punch. A Last Ronin game, I think, would be pretty cool, though. I heard that there was one. I think there's already one being made, though, Andreas. However, yeah, if Sony were to own Paramount, I guess Sony would have total control over that at that point. That'd be fascinating. That'd be very fascinating if Sony were to do something like that. No, I don't think it's a movie. I think it was confirmed like a AAA game like a year ago or something. Well, yeah, THQ Nordic. There you go. Thank you, Eric from 850. Yeah, I think we heard that the last Ronin game was being handled by THQ Nordic. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. It again, man. Like this is one of. I'm getting cat hair all over the brim of my hat. My final say on this for now, until it maybe actually happens, my final say on this is it will be a big deal for Sony. And it could have significant implications for PlayStation. But generally speaking, it's not something that gets me too excited because I don't know. I'm kind of over the whole acquisition stuff, I'm kind of over it. After watching again what happened with Microsoft and seeing what actually happens when a big company buys another big publisher, a platform holder that is, buys a big publisher, seeing what happens, it's like, oh, well, that's not very exciting at all. Not much really changes. So again, my excitement is geared 90% towards PlayStation's studios that they currently have, towards a PlayStation showcase, towards things that I have been waiting to hear about for a while and I'm looking forward to hearing about, certainly more so than acquisitions and stuff like that. I feel like for the past 2 or 3 years, the acquisition conversation was a wild one, but I think things have calmed down quite a bit since then. And so, yeah, it'll be. Laws 1755 says, I just checked Paramount Global on YouTube and they own so many IPs that I wasn't aware of. Yeah, one thing that is for sure is if this does go through, Sony's going to get a lot. That's Irfin. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think this will ultimately, if it happens, have minimal impact on PlayStation. That's my guess. Oh man, boss, what have you done to me? But okay, So I'm finished talking to you guys about the second half of 2024. We went on a little side quest there, but prior to that side quest, we were talking about the second half of 2024. I don't have anything else to say about that other than, and just to close this topic out so we can move on to the next. The only other thing I have to say about PlayStation 5 exclusives in the second half of 2024 is that right now we know almost nothing, and the runway will be totally clear. It is clear now with the release of Stellar Blade. The runway is totally clear for Sony to come out and lay down the roadmap for PlayStation players for the rest of this year. Here are games that we're bringing to PlayStation 5 exclusively in 2024. So we'll see if that's what Sony decides to do starting next month. But I want to move on to the next topic here, which talks about the Nintendo Switch 2. We have a pretty big report regarding the Nintendo Switch 2, and I think this is important to pay attention to because this is going to have a big impact on the industry and might influence Sony and some of their decision making. Pushing Polygons really quickly says here, MBG, the one thing to remember about an acquisition like Paramount is the whole article where game companies are slowly moving away from licensed IP for profit margin reasons. An article from a few weeks ago. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't recall if I came across that article, but yeah, that is something that I think is true, that going forward, it's going to be much more risky to license out IP, and that's something that I imagine big companies like Sony probably want to do less and less of. So we'll see how that may impact Sony in the future. But we're going over this new report for the Switch 2. This is coming from MobaPad. Now, I got to be honest with you guys. I don't know how reliable MobaPad is, but I think that they've been kind of caught up in all this new information we're learning about the Nintendo Switch 2. There's been a bunch of different stuff kind of leaking out, and so I'm going to read this report from them. They say here, exclusive insights into Nintendo Switch 2, what to expect. We, like everyone else, are eagerly anticipating accurate information about the Switch 2. In the process of developing the next generation console controller, MobaPad has also acquired a lot of first-hand information about the Switch 2, and now we're here to share it with everyone. Number 1, the Switch 2 will continue to support existing Joy-Cons and the Pro controller, still equipped with ALPS dual-axis linear motors for HD Rumble. Number 2, the cartridge slot of the Switch 2 will support backward compatibility with physical Switch game cartridges, ensuring compatibility with players' existing game libraries, including digital versions. However, the second generation cartridges may not be compatible with the first generation console. That kind of goes without saying. That's basically the equivalent of saying don't expect to play PS5 games on your PS4. Number 3, the new version of the Joy-Con has a larger volume, and the sliding rail structure has been changed to magnetic suction. The SL and SR buttons are metal buttons. Magnetic suction is achieved through electromagnetic suction technology. How many times are they going to say suction? Controlled by electric current. It's worth noting that in addition to the L, ZL, R, and ZR buttons on the sides of the Joy-Con controller, a third button has been added on both the left and right slides. Additionally, below the home button on the right Joy-Con, there's an additional function button, whatever that means. Number 4, the bottom of the Switch 2 will still feature a USB-C port for docking, and the new generation dock will undergo minor changes in the appearance while enhancing performance, supporting 4K resolution. So 4K resolution for the Switch 2 in docked mode. Number 5, the new dock will feature a damping bracket on the back, allowing for greater range of adjustable angles. Number 6, the screen will be upgraded to an 8-inch display supporting 1080p resolution. These are just some of the hardware information we've got, and not the full extent. From a hardware perspective, the Switch 2 inherits the dual mode feature of its predecessor, continuing Nintendo's conservative approach to hardware. reflecting on Nintendo's history from the original FC to the groundbreaking GB series, followed by the 3DS series, the Wii, the Wii U, and finally the Switch. The company has always adhered to a concept of creating unique entertainment experiences. We have reason to believe that Nintendo will bring more innovative gameplay to the Switch 2, as seen in the advancements in the controller design. For example, what functions will the third button on the side of the controller serve? What special features will the additional button below the home button offer? There's much left to the imagination, and while we don't know yet, there's certainly new features and gameplay innovations to anticipate. Okay, the rest of this article is written up in a very strange way. And so, yeah, generally speaking, like, I don't know if this is like super relevant information, but what this tells me is that the Switch 2 is going to be extremely iterative, right? Like, is anybody getting that feeling here? Like, it sounds like it's pretty much going to be like a Switch Pro, right? Where it's going to have a couple of, I guess, quality of life features, and I guess there's this extra button that they're mentioning, where I don't know what this button's going to do. Maybe this is finally them adding like a share feature or something. I don't know. But I'm getting the feeling, as we're getting more reports about the Switch 2 as time goes on, that this is just going to be a very iterative console that is playing it pretty safe, where really my take on the Switch 2, it remains the same, even with this information, because this new information didn't necessarily change much. My take on the Switch 2, and if anything, this kind of solidifies my take on it, is this machine, this new console, this new version of the Switch, more so than anything, is to entice third-party developers. I think outside of that, nothing changes. It's still a Switch. You still dock it. You could still use it in handheld mode. The Joy-Cons are going to generally function the same, except now they're magnetic, and there's an extra button, which we don't know what it does yet. And that's it. And you're still going to continue to get the Nintendo exclusives, but it really seems to me like the big differentiating factor here is, hey, the hardware is better, so maybe now third-party developers can bring their games over more easily. Something tells me we're still not going to get GTA 6 on a Nintendo console, though. William, you're saying, MBG, it sounds like the DS versus new 3DS. The new 3DS was a different gen console from the DS. Yeah, I can't speak too much to that because, again, like, I haven't been following Nintendo for quite some time. Like, I had nothing to do with the 3DS. But Gaming Survivor says, MBG, I think this is good news for PlayStation. Does it sound like does not sound like direct competition? It sounds like it's kind of, I think it's kind of a coin flip here. And I'll tell you what I mean in a moment, because we have a super chat from Jerome. Jerome says here, the Switch 2 sounds nice once it comes out. It will get all of my third-party game. I will get all of my third-party games through them. See, that to me right there is what's interesting, Jerome, is I do wonder how many people are going to be willing to make the Switch their third-party machine if it gets very strong third-party support, because the big advantage that the Switch 2 is going to have is, hey, if you dock this thing, you're going to get pretty decent to pretty good resolution with, I would assume, decent frame rate. Like, can we expect most games to run at 60 on the Switch 2 when docked? I don't know. But I don't know. I do feel like there's a lot of people that just having that ability to play most of your third-party games on the go could be a winner. Could be. And that's, to me, where if there is going to be any form of direct competition between Nintendo and PlayStation going forward, I think that's the form it's going to come in. I think that if Nintendo can court a lot of third-party publishers and developers, and they can come out with a very, very strong lineup of third-party games, especially new third-party games, like upcoming third-party games. They will be able to have that extra marketing flex of you get the Nintendo exclusives and you can take your third-party games on the go when you are not playing it when it's docked on your TV. As of right now, Sony doesn't have something other than the PlayStation Portal to compete with that. But Sony does have the advantage of, hey, we have a much more powerful console where you will get better resolutions, you will get better performance, you will get higher frame rates, and we even have a really powerful version of this console with the Pro. But let's not forget that Sony is reportedly working on a new native dedicated handheld PlayStation console. And the purpose of this console is to be able to play all PS4 games and some, hopefully, a lot of PS5 games. This to me is very important because I think this is exactly why Sony is in the process of developing a new native handheld console, because I think Sony knows that the Switch 2's real ace in the hole could be, well, of course it's going to be their exclusives, but it really could be in the way that it would affect Sony, the third-party potential, maybe the third-party promise, and the third-party handheld promise. So I think Sony's going to need to have a product of their own to prevent people from leaving to go to the Switch. A handheld product. That I really think that we talk about competition between PlayStation and Nintendo. I think it will exist, but I think it's going to take a slightly different form. I don't think Sony is worried about, is Nintendo about to challenge our PS5 Pro? No, even Microsoft apparently isn't going to challenge the PS5 Pro. So when it comes to having the most powerful, most capable home console, Sony will have that crown, and they will go unchallenged, presumably until the next generation kicks off. But the industry is changing to a degree, and it's not to say that people don't want a high-end premium PS5 Pro. I think people do want that, and people will support it and buy it. People still want powerful home consoles. But handhelds are really starting to rise up again. And handhelds have always been a strong spot for Nintendo, but now we see other competitors, other manufacturers getting involved with handhelds. And I think that this is going to become much more prominent over the next 5 to 10 years. I think even 5 years from now, I think even 5 years from now, we're going to see a ton of extremely capable handhelds on the market that pretty much tell you, like, you don't need a PC. You don't need a home console. You just need this. You know? I think we're going to see more hybrids. I think basically Nintendo was ahead of the curve here with what they brought to the table with the Switch, but the only reason they were ahead of the curve was because they were willing to have underpowered hardware. And I think we're reaching that point, and we will reach that point in the next 5 years, that underpowered hardware, underpowered portable hardware will not really be a thing. You get what I'm saying? And so I think because of that, there's going to be this need for Sony and Microsoft, for that matter, for both of them, to not necessarily, they don't have to have hybrid consoles, but they have to have an answer. And I love it. I love that. I love the idea that Sony, even if they don't want to, can't just sit back and say, we can't make a handheld, or like, we don't want to make a handheld. Sony will have to say, we literally need to make a handheld. Like, it's imperative. It's a must. We can't afford not to. It's too important now. No, that's what I'm, Titus, that's actually that's what I'm saying. As tech advances, it gets miniaturized, it will get more portable. That is what I'm saying. Like, I think we will still see, massive, beefy PCs that people can hook up at their desk. I think we're still going to have powerful consoles. Again, the PS5 Pro isn't even out yet, but that's going to continue to be relevant. But I think there's just a whole nother side to it now that's going to really rise up. I think we're already seeing it in the form of wait, so I can play? I can have a console / PC experience on the go with minimal compromises, or not, compromises that are just not really that detrimental. I think that's very appealing to people. That's also not being played on my phone. Because I know people are like, oh, well, you could do it on your phone, but it's yeah, but you have to use your phone for so many other things. Do you really want to drain your battery? Do you really want to make your phone your primary gaming device as well? I don't think so. I don't think most people want that. Then again, in the future, if batteries become so efficient that it's you can literally do everything on your phone and your battery will be at 70% after 24 hours of just blasting everything on your phone. Maybe then. Maybe then. I don't know. We'll see where it goes, but new reports of the Switch 2. I'm really wondering when Nintendo's going to reveal this thing. It seems pretty clear that the Switch 2 is going to be a 2025 console, right? Anybody else getting that feeling? Am I draining your battery now while you're watching the stream? Jerome with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, why get a Vita 2 when you can play their games on a Steam Deck and possibly a Steam Deck 2? Great question, Jerome. Great question. Yeah, I mean, this is where I guess the only answer I can give to that is maybe the way Sony sees it is, yeah, you can play some of our games on a Steam Deck, but you're not, again, we're talking years in the future when Sony releases a new dedicated handheld. So let's say the year 2027. Yeah, you can play some of our games on PC, and a decent amount of them are on a Steam Deck, but you can't play what would be a place, let's say Naughty Dog's new IP, Naughty Dog's new game releases in the year 2027, but you can't play that. You can't play Bloodborne 2. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think Bloodborne 2 is coming anytime soon, but I think that's kind of the way Sony views it, where it's yeah, you could still buy, by that point in time, talking about the year 2027, 2028, Sony has a new dedicated handheld out there. Yeah, you could buy God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2. You could buy those games and play them on your Steam Deck, but you definitely can't buy the latest and greatest PlayStation releases. That's not available. But then again, who knows? Maybe they will be. Who knows? Maybe by that point, Sony will have their own launcher. And so it won't matter. Sony can say you can buy a PS Vita 2, if that's what they call it. You can buy that, and you can play on our hardware, but we have a launcher out there now. So if you are on the Steam Deck, a new version of the Steam Deck down the line, or another competitor, another competing handheld, we have a PC launcher now. So that's where we put our games when they launch. So you still have to get it through us. You're not using our hardware, but you still have to get it through us. Yeah, I could see, it's so difficult to speculate truthfully at this point about this stuff, because the reality of it is it could go in so many different directions. We don't know exactly what Sony's planning. I'm going to say if I had to guess, playing it safe, Sony's still going to try to leverage exclusivity to some extent, even over the next 5 years. I don't know what the long-term future, 10 years beyond looks like, or 8 years beyond, but I do feel at least for the short to midterm maybe, I think Sony's still going to try to leverage, even if it's timed exclusivity, there will be exclusivity in some way, shape, or form that they can use to justify, like, here's why you're going to want to not buy that thing and buy our thing instead. You know, that's my guess. William says here, already halfway through this gen, and so if the Switch 2 is 2025, the PlayStation 6 is maybe 2027. So I don't think we'll have a portable PlayStation until next gen. PS6 and PlayStation 6 Portable can play PS1 through PS5 games native, but can only stream PS5 games. That would be super interesting. There's many different ways Sony could go about this, man. We also have Twilight Knight here, Twilight Knight 06 with a milestone chat, a member for 10 months. Says, why would anyone buy a PlayStation handheld when you can buy the Steam Deck and play all Xbox, PS, PC exclusives, Switch 2 and PC? Switch 2 and PC is the way to go. Well, Twilight Knight 06, it's because, dude, listen, I get what you're saying, and I know that there are many people who have that outlook, but you're missing something here. And I do think when we're having these conversations, it is imperative to make people aware of this, because I would want to know if I decided to switch to PC gaming right now, and let's say I didn't know much about the gaming industry, and I wanted to switch to PC gaming right now because somebody says you get all Xbox games, all PlayStation games on PC, I'd be like, oh, nice. And then before I know it, Death Stranding 2 comes out, and that's like a game I'm super excited for. It's like, oh, let's go. It's like, yeah, but it's not on PC. Like, well, I was told all PlayStation games are on PC. It's like, oh, no. Eventually it'll come to PC. But it's not on PC yet. I would be fucking pissed. I would be like, wow, I should have kept my PlayStation 5. Where I would feel like, man, I got to go rebuy my PS5 because I really want to play Death Stranding 2. And I have no idea when it's coming. You get what I'm saying, Twilight Knight? This is why I understand that because Sony is embracing PC, it has led to a lot of people saying, I'm done with PlayStation hardware. I don't need it anymore. And that's fine. You know, everybody can make their own decisions. If you feel like you don't need PlayStation hardware and you're willing to wait, no problem. But we cannot ignore that fact that as of right now, you do have to wait for games, and you have no idea how long you're going to be waiting for. If we're talking about live service games, maybe not. But if we're talking about like the next God of War, the next Naughty Dog game, Wolverine, Death Stranding 2, if we're talking about these types of games, Ghost of Tsushima 2, like, I don't think it's right to talk. No. Get down. Boss almost just knocked everything off my desk. Holy shit, that was a close call. Sorry. Whoa, dude, my heart sank for a moment there. I was like, oh no, it's over. He actually did it. But we're good. Boss attack. Yeah, dude. That's what he was practicing for. That's why he was jumping back and forth. Anyway, what I was trying to say is I just don't think it's right to talk about a platform as if every game from a publisher from Sony, I don't think it's right to say like, oh yeah, you get every game on there. But it's like, but you don't. You don't though. At least not at first. And there is no time frame. So to me, that's a line that Sony walks where it makes it impossible for people to really say definitively one way or the other. For example, you will see some people say PlayStation does have exclusives. They still have 100% exclusives, and that's a fact. And then you will see people on the other end of the spectrum saying Sony does not have exclusives anymore. They're basically third party now. And neither are correct, because the reality is it's actually right in the middle, where Sony has exclusives when they decide they want to have exclusives for as long as they want to have the exclusives. And then when they're done, they don't. and they go to another platform. They go to PC. Or in the case of some of their live services like Marathon, that's even going to release on Xbox. So it's very much a nuanced situation that requires, I think, paying attention to the details. And so getting back to what you're saying here, why would anybody buy a PlayStation handheld? That's why. That's why. Because if it's like, hey, if you're in the PlayStation ecosystem, or let's say you're not in the PlayStation ecosystem, Sony announces a new dedicated PlayStation handheld where you, well, see, maybe that's kind of what you're alluding to here, Twilight Knight, because I did just think of this, and maybe this is what you meant. I was about to say, like, oh, you buy a new PlayStation handheld and you get access to the latest and greatest PlayStation exclusives, but then it's like, but you don't, because they're not able to run on that handheld. So what you're talking about, I think actually might make more sense now that I put more thought into it, where if Sony puts out a handheld, a native handheld, where they can really only offer mostly PS4 games and some PS5 games, what are the chances that by the time that handheld releases, all of those games are on other platforms or on PC, right? So, okay, in that case, you might be right. Yeah, I think this is where I misunderstood the difference between the dedicated console hardware space and the handheld space. But I think what makes this conversation ultimately very messy for all of us, including me, is that we just don't know. Like, we don't know what a new Sony PlayStation handheld actually looks like. Will it play just PS4 games? Will it actually be powerful enough to play some PS5 games or most PS5 games? Could it play, like, if PlayStation releases a new handheld in 2026, will it be able to run Insomniac's Wolverine natively at launch? These are the questions that truthfully we would need to have the answers to in order to understand what we're even looking at here, because you could be right. You could be right. And that by the time Sony puts out a handheld, they've already put almost all of their games onto PC that are also available on the handheld. And so it's just like a matter of, it's there if you want it. Get a Steam Deck or get the PlayStation handheld. But it's exactly like you're saying. If that's the case, the Steam Deck does look more promising because you get more. You get all of Steam, including all of Xbox. So I don't know, man. It's really, really difficult to determine which direction Sony might go in here with the handheld space, because they could go in many different directions. But one thing I wouldn't want to see is Sony put out a piece of handheld hardware, a native handheld, that people ultimately look at and say, but why? What's the point? Why would I choose this over a Steam Deck? Why would I choose this over a Switch 2? Because if that's what Sony does, in my opinion, they have failed. It makes no sense. You should only put out a dedicated handheld as long as you're giving people a real solid reason to buy it over the competing handheld. Anyway, you really got me going there, Twilight Knight. We have Legion's GG here saying PlayStation Portal remote app plus Chiaki, is that how you say that? Steam Deck options. I think I know about that third-party app you're talking about for remote play. I don't know what the future of remote play really looks like. I think remote play will remain somewhat relevant to PlayStation, and maybe it will become more relevant as internet gets better and stuff like that, and connection speeds get better. But I feel like Sony's been supporting remote play for a long time now, and it still isn't really that relevant. It's just an auxiliary, totally optional thing if you want it, but that's really not how anybody's actually choosing to play their games 99% of the time. And so, again, we've seen Sony focus on remote play. We are now seeing more companies, more gaming companies get more heavily involved with dedicated handhelds. I think it's more likely that Sony maybe pumps the brakes on remote play. Not that they're going to get rid of it. It'll still be there. But I think they pump the brakes on focusing on remote play at all and just put all that focus on we need to worry about native hardware now. Native portable hardware. We have Titus Crow here with a super chat saying, I've had a theory that in maybe 5 to 7 years, our phones will just get cast to the TV and that will be the console's end game in the future. Everything is portable. That's an interesting theory, Titus, and I don't think you're far off the mark. I think I don't think it's going to be in 5 to 7 years, though. I think that future you're describing to me, that's at least 10 plus years away. The reason why I say this is because, well, think about it. The PlayStation 5 generation is still going to go on for at least another 4 years before the PlayStation 6 generation. And it's also worth noting that when the PlayStation 6 generation kicks off, there's still going to be possibly millions of people still buying PS5s. You know, like the PS5 is still going to sell. It's not just going to go away. And the PlayStation 6 will likely be, well, I don't want to say likely because I don't know, but we don't know how next gen the PlayStation 6 will be. What we do know is that the PlayStation 6 is going to usher in another generation of PlayStation home console, and that generation, at minimum, is going to last for like 6 to 7 years. So when we factor this in, 4 more years of the PlayStation 5 at minimum, 3 to 4 years at minimum of the PlayStation 5, and then another 5 to 7 years, maybe even 8 years of a PlayStation 6, that's well over a decade. So the console is not going anywhere. The relevance of the console, well, that's a question mark. We are going to have to we'll figure that out together as we move further in time. But I think what you're describing could actually be the ultimate end game, where it is true that eventually everything is portable. Everything. I mean, the way people use their smartphones right now, they basically use their smartphones for everything. But let me ask you, what is your smartphone not good at doing right now? That you actually do have other things, like other devices that it's like, well, my smartphone can technically do this, but it's not good at it. So there's like a need for this other device. I think that is exactly kind of what you're describing here, where at some point, technology will advance to where our smartphones will be able to literally do anything and everything. And that's it. And it's exactly what you're saying. But I don't know. We live in a day and age where these billion-trillion-dollar companies are trying to get people to wear goggles on their face when they're out in public and augmented reality. And it's like, I think I guess what I'm trying to say, Titus, is what you're describing sounds practical and reasonable and tangible over a long period of time. Because I'm thinking about it right now. Like, I'm just going to imagine it's 12 to 15 years from now. GTA 7 ain't coming out by then, but, GTA 6 Ultra Super Enhanced Remastered Remake version is out. And smartphone technology has advanced to a point where I think of it like this. Like when I want to cast music, right? I use YouTube Music. I open it up and there's a little option right there, cast to your TV. And I just hit, okay, just one button press, and now it's playing through my TV, through my soundbar. I think what you're describing, that is what video games will turn into. I open the PlayStation app, I hit play game, play GTA 6 Remastered Remake Ultra enhanced version, and then I just hit cast to the TV, and it's not even, and I don't, and it'll run flawlessly. It'll somehow, some way, technology will figure it out. It's running at 4K 60 FPS on my TV, and maybe at most I have a controller, and that's it. I could see that actually being a thing that happens, because it sounds like something that would appeal to everybody. That's why I think it could happen. It's just the technology isn't there yet. But when that technology eventually does get there, Hanzo, you're saying you don't want games to be like that. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I want to still have a PlayStation 7 with a GTA 6 remake, remaster, ultra enhanced version that I can buy physically and put in my PlayStation 7. And maybe that still will exist, but I just think that ultimately, for 99% of people, it is about the convenience factor. And I don't think it will ever get more convenient and comfortable than I'm going to sit back in my recliner, in my sofa. I'm going to look at my big screen TV, and I'm going to enjoy my media. And I think that if there's ever a future, or if there's ever the possibility in the future where you can open an app on your phone or even on your TV and just click your game and play, maybe at most, again, you pick up a controller, which would make sense because they're still interactive video games. I think people would love that. I do. Yeah, that's where things get really crazy. Get Neuralink and you won't even need a controller. You just think what you want your character to do. That is hard to imagine. But probably yes. In the distant future, yes. I think that actually will be how shit works. And that's freaky to think about. Like, my thoughts, I just control the game with my thoughts. It's so interesting to think about the future of video games, truthfully, because video games are unique, man. They are. I think it's always interesting to think about the future of music, the future of movies, the future of TV and production in those different forms of media. But I think video games truly have like the highest ceiling of like, how far can this go? And I don't think we've even scratched the surface of how far video games can go, truthfully. And that's what's freaky about it. 100 years from now, people will look back at the games we're playing. People will look back at GTA 6 100 years from now and laugh at it and be like, wow, that game looks like shit. People actually played games like that? Kyle with a super chat says, firstly, the ecosystem that players have along with their PlayStation Plus collection over the years. Secondly, prioritize optimization on first party is on PS5. Great point, Kyle. I actually failed to mention this at all when talking about, why would somebody choose a PlayStation handheld over other competing handhelds when Sony has is putting their games on PC and whatnot. You're right, their library. And I keep underestimating that. I keep underestimating the just how important a digital library, especially one that's been accumulated over years of investment. I keep forgetting how important that is in people's decision making. And I guess it's easy for me to forget about that because I still collect games physically. And I do try to imagine if every game I collected physically, if that was all done digitally, yeah, that's not something I would just walk away from and be like, I'm done. I'm just going over here now. It would definitely make me think not even twice, probably 5 times over. Like, you sure about that, man? Like, you got all your games here. You really just want to abandon this library. And I guess sometimes people do that, but I think it's rare. I think it's the sunk cost, like people see their digital library and be like, why would I leave? And I think that's why Sony probably started putting their games on PC, because I think they realized that there are just so many PC players with a digital Steam library that are like, they're not moving, dude. Like, they're never going to move. They are tethered to their library. So you may as well just become a part of their library. Same thing why Xbox is moving over to PlayStation, you know? So good call out there, Kyle. And I think you're right. I think that is something that Sony could leverage with a handheld, not, just your digital library. You mentioned PlayStation Plus as well. And then also the optimization. Shattered Glass 23 with a super chat says Steam Deck only sold 3 million. Not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. You have to wait 2 to 4 years. You would have to wait 2 to 4 years for Sony exclusives, and some still want physical games. Yeah, you know what? It's a little bit separate. And Shattered Glass, you also have a $2 super chat underneath where it says, I mean, the Xbox Series S has sold more than the Steam Deck. Definitely something worth thinking about. For sure. For sure. I do wonder if the Steam Deck, if it's more of like a novelty thing, I haven't been paying much attention. With the way people talk about Steam Deck, I would think that it's sold very, very well. And it's not that 3 million sales is bad, but it's like, that's definitely not lighting the world on fire. So it might be the novelty of it, but it could be the beginning, It could be like a humble beginning where it's like, yeah, the Steam Deck is only at 3 million. Not a big deal. It's not making the biggest waves yet, but it's the potential. People see the potential and they're like, okay, can we take this further? And I think that we will see that taken further. But I want to mention this here because you just reminded me when you said some people still want physical games. Well, you know what? There was another massive data leak for PlayStation. And if you go on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, I'm not going over it because it's so much data. But basically, every single lifetime digital sale for PlayStation games was revealed. The lifetime sales and money made digitally, not physically, was leaked out. And they were all ranked. And a major takeaway is that, wow, a lot of people still buy AAA games physically. And that's like something that people realized when looking at this data is that, yeah, a lot of people are buying digital and a lot of money is being made digitally for Sony, but you can tell there are massive chunks here missing. And the reason why is, physical games, dude. And that made me feel good because I'm like, I hope that this at least means that we're going to get another solid 10 years of good physical game support from PlayStation. Because it feels like, you just have to imagine, like, when Sony is going over this data, like, they see, like, damn, we cannot abandon physical media because that's a huge chunk of our money and our sales. And so that actually made me feel pretty good. Again, it's not like it's dominant, but I'll put it to you this way. If Sony were to walk away from physical games, it would hurt them badly. It would really hurt their bottom line, like pretty substantially. They would feel it, certainly. So would their shareholders. We have Doolin Jones here with a super chat, and he says, if I was a Nintendo fan, I would be worried about a new hardware because people aren't feeling it. Stellar Blade is such a great, fun game. I've been playing it on my PlayStation Portal. What a good, strong start for PlayStation games. So I'm happy to hear you're enjoying Stellar Blade, Doolin Jones. I don't know if you missed it or not, but the first hour or so of this stream was dedicated to me just giving my thoughts and my impressions on what I played of Stellar Blade. So I suggest, if you're interested and if you missed it, come back to the stream once it's finished and watch that first hour. But I'll say this. I don't think it's a matter of people not feeling the Nintendo hardware. I mean, I guess that's kind of one way to put it, but I said previously that I think Nintendo is terrified about revealing the Nintendo Switch 2. I think they're absolutely terrified. And I can't blame them because the last time Nintendo had a successful console was with the Wii. And we know what happened after the Wii. The follow up to the Wii, the infamous Wii U, was a disaster the likes of which no one ever could have seen coming, really. And it almost ended Nintendo in the hardware space. The Switch is extremely successful. And so you have to imagine if you're Nintendo, there's a lot of fear of like, oh man, we don't want to repeat that. We don't want another Wii U. And did you guys see what the rumored name of the Switch 2 is? I'm trying to see if I can find it. There's like a rumor about the Switch Attach. Oh, Nintendo. The current rumor, we don't know if it's true, but the rumor is it's going to be called the Switch Attach. Nintendo, I pray for your sake that is not the name of your next generation Switch console. I pray that somebody at Nintendo is smart enough to realize that all you have to do is put a number 2 next to it. And if you fail to put a number 2 next to the Switch name, you are running a great risk. You are running an unnecessary risk. In fact, I don't know how you can be the same company that does the Wii to Wii U transition and think that you're going to go down the Switch Attach. Oh my God, dude. Don't do it. Nintendo, don't do it. Don't do it. I pray for Nintendo that that's not really what it's going to be called, and it's just like a placeholder name or an internal name, because that would be... Look, I'm not saying it would guarantee failure, but again, you run a huge risk at basically having another Wii U situation, because one of the biggest reasons the Wii U failed is people were confused. Nintendo didn't give a shit about like whether or not people understood what this console really was. They were like, it's a Wii U. Of course they're going to know it's a new console. Like, are you sure about that, dude? Because it looks similar in a lot of ways, and people are going to think it's just an accessory. If you call the Switch 2 Switch Attach, oh my God, you may as well call it an attachment. Switch Attachment. You're going to make people think it's an accessory. They're going to go down the same road. Somebody stop Nintendo. I'm so worried for Nintendo, bro. Super Switch? Even that, I mean, that would be much better. But I'm telling you, they need to just go Switch 2. I'm saying this because any other name you put before or after the Switch, you're going to... Like, if it's not a definitive, it's just like PlayStation, dude. Like, or Apple. Like, you just can't fuck it up. You can't. You can't, as a consumer, be confused. Wait, this is the Switch, and then this is the Switch 2. Like, you just automatically know Switch 2 better, Switch 2 newer, Switch 2 the next Switch, you know? You put any other name before it or after it, you're going to immediately make the customer ask the question, what's the difference? And as soon as the customer asks that question, again, good luck. You better hope your marketing did a great job conveying that difference, because, man, everybody and their mother was asking, what's the difference between the Wii and the Wii U? Nobody was asking, what's the difference between the PS3 and the PS4? They're going to call it the Switch U. Oh, man. Yeah, William, I don't understand that one either. Bro. Would have been even better if they called it the Xbox 180 to make people think that they regressed half a step, you know? Or like they did a half a turn backwards. We did a half turn the other way. They should have just called it the Xbox 720, man. Even the Xbox 5, I mean the Xbox 540 would have been a little weird. But good luck, Nintendo. And I mean that. Like I when it comes to Nintendo revealing the next generation Switch, I do wish them luck because their last follow-up reveal was not good. So Antonio Lopes with the super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying you're 100% right. Nintendo can very easily have a massive lemon on their hands with the Switch 2. I think they don't even know how to market it. The thing that's freaking me out a little bit, that's not like freaking me out because I'm not really a Nintendo fan. So I can't say I'm freaked out. But the thing that I'm kind of noticing is Nintendo seems to be kind of pushing everything back a bit. Where I remember in 2023 and even somewhat in 2022, the general conversation was like, oh, the next Switch is supposed to come out sometime in 2024. And the reveal might even happen at the end of 2023 or the beginning of 2023 or the beginning of 2024 or sorry, the beginning of 2024. And like, it just feels like everything kind of got delayed. And it's like, again, we're halfway through this year and we haven't heard anything official as far as I'm aware about the Switch 2, and it's still just rumors and reports. And I'm just like, I'm just thinking to myself, what are the chances that Nintendo really is like, I don't know, just like holes being burned into their stomachs, dude, from stress, getting ulcers, being like, oh my God, like are they going to choke? You know what I mean? Like, are they going to actually choke? I feel like surely not, right? Like you already went through that. Like you went through the worst thing you could go through with the Wii U. Just look at that and do everything the opposite of that. Just do the opposite and you'll be good, you know? Or at the very least, you'll be okay. You think the best thing they could do is name it Super Nintendo Switch 2? I mean, that would be an interesting choice. Throw the Super in there for added insurance. Just in case, you know, just so we make sure nobody's confused. Super Nintendo Switch 2. Where was the Super Nintendo Switch 1? Don't worry about it. All you got to know is this one's Super and it's 2. Hire me, Nintendo. I'll sell your new Switch for you. I got you. I know how to market your new Switch. Super Nintendo Switch 2. I love it. I love it, actually. That would be the basically the total insurance policy of like we can't go wrong here. Or if not Super, you could say new. You know, you could always throw the word new. You can't go wrong with the word new, right? New Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, it's not much different than Super. I like the Super better, though, because it's kind of, you know, an homage to their roots. All right. Let's see here. So I don't think I have much else left to say about right now the Nintendo Switch 2 because it seems to me like Nintendo might be aiming for a Q1 launch of the Nintendo Switch 2. I imagine if they're going to do that, maybe we'll get a reveal this summer. Maybe in like anywhere between June and September. Maybe a September reveal for the Switch 2. And they'll announce it's coming out early 2025, maybe March 2025, something like that. Kind of repeating again what they did with the Switch 1. And that's my guess. And I will be paying attention to the Switch reveal. And the biggest thing I'm going to be paying attention to is obviously they're going to have exclusive games announced. I think Nintendo's going to find they're going to find a way to get people hyped for their games. They always do. Maybe tease the next Zelda or something like that. But I really think what I'm going to be most interested in learning about with the Switch 2 and when it's properly revealed is what third-party studios are going to show up, what third-party games are going to be there. I think Call of Duty is going to be a big one. We know that last year Microsoft and Activision basically confirmed that they're going to be bringing Call of Duty to Switch. So I think that's going to be a huge win. I mean, I don't know who would decide that they want to make the Switch their main platform to play Call of Duty, but I mean, I'm sure there will be some people. But I think that'll be a big win for Switch where, that alone can help act as a differentiation between, guess what? You couldn't play Call of Duty on the Switch, but with the Super Switch 2, you can. Sells itself, I'm sure Microsoft would be all over that. I'm sure Microsoft right now is talking to Nintendo about how can we help market Call of Duty on your console to, potential huge sales boost there. Nobody plays Call of Duty on Nintendo. Right now, I don't think anybody does because I don't even think... I don't remember the last time Call of Duty was available on Nintendo. What was it, like Call of Duty Ghosts or something was the last one? Pretty sure that was the last one. All right, so we have a few more topics here. Nothing major, just some kind of bonus topics that I want to discuss with you guys briefly. That's right. Black Ops 2 was on the Wii U. Black Ops 2 was the last one. Wait. No. I thought Ghosts came out after Black Ops 2. Maybe you guys are right. Who cares? It doesn't even matter now at this point. But before I move on to the final couple of bonus topics, guys, I just want to ask you one more time to please hit that like button. You guys are doing a great job today. We are sitting at 269 likes. We still have over 350 people here watching, which is great to see. So just take a moment and hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 275, maybe even get to 300 likes. It really helps the streams out more than you guys know. But the next topic I'm going to be very brief about this, but I just wanted to inform you guys, and I'll probably put this in a news video soon. Very interesting the way that Arrowhead Studio is continuing to evolve their live service for Helldivers 2. Being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle, part of what makes Helldivers 2 unique is how players can shape its ongoing story through their in-game actions. Usually, this is just a case of how good players are at things like completing the game's major orders. However, the latest major order gives players a much more direct choice, letting them pick the game's next stratagem. As revealed in a recent tweet, the Lacale, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's a sector of the planets that are under attack. This specific sector has come under automaton assault. Worse, the bots are moving quickly to secure weapons on the planets, and there isn't time to save both of them. So Helldivers as a whole have to make a choice. Only the stratagem on the first liberated planet can be saved. This is depending on your choice. You will receive either the MD-17 anti-tank mines or the RL-77 airburst rocket launcher. And this is very interesting to me, guys. Like, I find it fascinating, the different directions that the studio is taking with keeping the players engaged in Helldivers 2, where now I don't know, which do you choose? Which do you choose here? I think it's safe to say at some point both of these stratagems will be added to the game, but I think that this is just a nice little way to kind of push further community engagement, community conversation, and kind of make the player base feel as though they are actually having a tangible impact over the direction that this game goes in. quite unfortunate if, the stratagem that some people want, doesn't end up getting unlocked. But it's interesting, man. I gotta, again, tip my hat to Arrowhead Game Studios, where they are just finding some very fascinating, interesting, and if not unique, just creative ways to keep people engaged, with their game, and to keep the community kind of on their toes, so to speak. But more content, man. Yet another 2 stratagems that they're getting ready to add to the game. Kind of shocking, to be honest, how insanely good Arrowhead's content output has been, considering this game is only going to be 3 months old in about a week and a half or so. And they've put out, they've put like some other live service games and live service studios, I think, to shame, frankly, with the amount of content they've been able to put out while simultaneously trying to fix the game. They've been doing a great job. It's a balancing act with these live service games, and so many things could have went terribly wrong for the studio in this game, and they held it together. They figured it out, man. So just wanted to let you guys know about that. I'm curious, is anybody here still playing Helldivers 2? If anybody here is still playing Helldivers 2, which stratagem would you prefer to try to unlock? Which stratagem are you fighting for? All right, let me see. I want to see what the chat says really quick before I move on. Titus, you're saying you haven't even started playing it yet? I think some people ultimately passed on it. IP Gaming says the airburst rocket. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, I mean, for the time that I played Helldivers 2, I didn't like any of the mines. Like, there were different types of mines. I think like anti-personnel mines and stuff you could put out there, and I always hated them because, man, you were just asking to kill yourself or kill. Oh man, I probably shouldn't have said that. Delete. It's too late now. YouTube, please don't demonetize me. God, you can't say stuff like that. You were just asking to cause serious problems and headaches for your teammates and yourself. Man, just had to say it. Damn you, Helldivers 2. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I heard that that's like one of the things you're like are not allowed to say on YouTube. I'm not sure. I'm talking about it in the context of a video game where you can respawn. So maybe if I throw that in there, the algorithm will be intelligent enough to realize that. I don't know. GTA Man says it's crazy that YouTube doesn't take context into account. I don't know if they do. Maybe they do. That's why I added what I just said there. Anyway, I want to move on to this other topic here. This is a topic regarding PSVR 2, a new game that was announced. Developer Servios, again being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle, announced the VR action horror game Alien Rogue Incursion on Friday. The upcoming game is on its way to PlayStation VR 2 and other VR platforms in the 2024 holiday season. The studio revealed that Alien Rogue Incursion. I don't know why I said roguelike incursion. They revealed it with a short teaser trailer on Friday. The video doesn't reveal much about the upcoming action horror game. However, according to the studio, it features an original story and gameplay full of, as they put it, heart-pounding action, exploration, and terrifying xenomorphs. Our team at Servios, we're a huge fan of Alien and have been building Alien Rogue Incursion for a long time, said the company's chief product officer, honing our ability to pair the most technically advanced, immersive, and engaging VR experiences with best-in-class franchises. This fully original story embraces all of our favorite elements from 45 years of Alien, from kinetic action and heart-pounding exploration to our terrifyingly resourceful xenomorphs that will truly make your skin crawl. Servio's description of the game sounds a bit like Alien Isolation, which took place between the first 2 movies. Considering the 2014 game's acclaim, a PSVR 2 equivalent sounds very promising. However, it's a bit too early to predict how the game will turn out. And so just wanted to throw this out there, guys. Like, this is a pretty, I mean, I don't want to say like massive, but I'd say it's a pretty significant PSVR 2 announcement. It is multi-platform, so it's coming to other VR headsets, but there's just this kind of question of, how relevant will PSVR 2 be going forward? How much support can we expect it to get? Well, I will say this. If this new Alien game that was announced for PSVR 2, if it turns out to be similar to a game like Alien Isolation is a fan favorite, doing something like that in VR, especially something like PlayStation VR 2, could be a big win. So this could be a pretty solid title for PSVR 2 when it's all said and done, but it's early. They're saying it's coming holiday 2024. So we'll see, man. We know that Sony announced there was another somewhat big game. There was like a new Metro game being developed for PSVR 2. That I think might be exclusive. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm just pointing this out because even though Sony hasn't been doing the best job supporting PSVR 2, I think they've been trying their best with games like GT7 and Horizon Call of the Mountain. But, it's been quiet on that front. It is still reassuring to see, and I say this as somebody who hasn't really been playing PSVR 2, and I don't know when I'm going to get back into it, but it is reassuring to see at least the platform or this headset that I chose to invest in. There are still some pretty solid game announcements coming, and there are things happening. So I'll keep an eye on this game. I'm curious to see if this is a game that maybe shows up at another PlayStation show. Maybe they'll be like, hey, let's show some gameplay of this, gameplay trailer for this new Alien game for PSVR 2. We'll see. But I have just two other smaller topics here. This one I just wanted to mention because it's kind of some updated info on what's going on with Destiny 2. This is being reported by Push Square. It says at the end of the current phase of Destiny 2, or as the end of the current phase of Destiny 2 draws to a close with the final shape out in just a month, and a change, it really does seem like Bungie is putting it all on the line. A new faction, the first in years, will be introduced, as will the ability to mix and match subclass powers. Now, the developer has announced that it will do away with power limits, deeming them incompatible with Fireteam power. Bungie announced the news in the weekly blog post, admitting that the changes needed to be made. As we close out the Light and Darkness saga, we want to rally all Guardians, active, returning, and new, to help fight the Witness, and there's no better way to play Destiny than with your Fireteam. As we pursued this goal, it becomes apparent that power limits were fundamentally incompatible with Fireteam power. As IGN reminds us, a few years back, Bungie announced they'd make older weapons in Destiny 2 essentially obsolete by imposing a maximum power limit. While some saw this as an invalidation of their previous efforts, others saw it as the only real way to combat power creep, which is always a concern in a game that's been around as long as Destiny. Continuing, Bungie explains that by this point, many players may have already dismantled power-limited items, but that it plans to reintroduce them in the future. We regret that we have no recovery mechanism for these. Going forward, we intend to reintroduce sources for most of all of these, updated to modern Destiny sandbox standards with added properties such as origin traits and build crafting perks, as we have started to do with the Brave Arsenal in Destiny 2 Into the Light. So, I would say, look, I don't follow Destiny, but I had to let you guys know about this because it does seem to me that Bungie, I don't know how I would feel about this, where at some point players may have dismantled certain weapons or certain gear, just certain items, because it's like, oh, I guess they're just useless now. And now Bungie's coming out and saying, well, actually, we kind of regret that. We're going to make these items reavailable again. We're going to bring them back, and they will actually have a purpose. But they can't undo any of that. Anybody who decided to dismantle or get rid of their weapons or their gear, they seemingly can't bring it back. So I don't know. For any of the Destiny players out there, or any of the Destiny players that are here right now, what do you think of this? I mean, again, generally speaking, it seems like the hype for the final shape is reaching a fever pitch. People are very excited for it. So I don't see it as bad. It seems like maybe people are actually okay with this. Let me go see if they're. Oh, hold on. I already exited out of it, but yeah, I'm too unfamiliar with Destiny to know what this truly means. But I know that some of you guys here do play Destiny, and some of you are excited for the final shape. So I figured I would just relay that information to you guys. I'm trying to keep up with what Bungie's doing here. I'm trying to convey more Bungie news since they are technically a PlayStation studio. It's hard though. It's hard. I feel like it's a beast on its own, you know? King Sam here, member for 12 months, says, "Hey MBG, hope you and your family are well. I don't think I'm going to be able to platinum Metal Gear Rising. Some of these trophies seem impossible for me." I can't speak to that, King Sam, because I have not tried to platinum Metal Gear Rising. But I would say don't stress over it, dude. You know, just enjoy it for what it is. But I know what you're saying. When you play certain games, you just really want to get that platinum, and getting something like something like the platinum for Metal Gear Rising. Oh my God, what is my son screaming about out there? Getting something like the platinum trophy for a game like Metal Gear Rising sounds like a nice little notch to have in your belt, but I'd say try your best. You know, but don't let it like stress you out and get you to a point of like true frustration, because that, I don't know, to me that's never worth it. It's always great to try to push yourself to see if you can get a platinum trophy for a game you really want it for, but there are limits. I would say there are limits. But me and the family are doing well. Thank you for asking, King Sam, and shout out for your 12 months of membership support here, man. You finally got that 12-month badge. Good stuff. Good stuff, dude. Thank you. MBG needs to write a book on the bungification, his academic theory. That's the way to go, dude. I'm going to do it. I'm going to write a book. Just kidding. All right, we have oh my God, what is he screaming about out there? He's throwing a tantrum. We have a potential report here for Resident Evil 9, and this is the last topic I have for you guys today. This is one of those bonus topics that I wanted to put out here. Again, maybe we'll cover it in an upcoming video, but it says here from PlayStation Lifestyle, production on Resident Evil 9 has allegedly been delayed, with another Resident Evil title possibly jumping ahead of it. Dusk Golem, credited with many horror game leaks, wrote on their Discord that several sources have reported Resident Evil 9 might well be on the back burner internally, with the delay potentially pushing back its alleged 2025 release date. So that means it might even get delayed beyond 2025. It says here, but it's no disaster, as Dusk Golem points out that it's not abnormal for Resident Evil titles to get internally delayed during development. No reason was given for the possible delay. There are murmurs that another Resident Evil title might get the nod to release ahead of Resident Evil 9, but Dusk Golem says he has no concrete source of his own for information at this time. Last month, Dusk Golem stated that Resident Evil 9 was likely to take the baton from the successful Dragon's Dogma 2 and go open world. Monster Hunter Wilds is already set to do this, and given these games were put into production close together, it wouldn't be unusual to see them share ideas and initiatives, such as like when Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2 Remake, and Devil May Cry 5 were greenlit close together to take advantage of the Resident Evil engine. Capcom recently said it would continue to produce Resident Evil remakes following the massive financial and critical success of its previous 3 attempts. It hasn't revealed which game will get the remake treatment next. And so this is interesting to me, guys. I think the expectation for Resident Evil is, okay, well, Resident Evil 4 Remake came out last year, so the next Resident Evil game should be Resident Evil 9. But it seems as though it's actually getting delayed internally, and it might come later, maybe sometime in 2025, possibly even 2026. And it is worth noting that based off of this report, Resident Evil 9 is going to go full open world. So that could be the reason for its delay. It could just simply be that they need more time to figure out how that's going to work. And so what's most interesting to me, because I don't mind waiting longer for Resident Evil 9. I don't feel like there's any rush. But what is most interesting is apparently there's another Resident Evil title that's going to take its place. I think it's safe to say that it's very likely going to be some kind of remake. Now, let me ask you, what do you guys think what do you think the chances are that this game could be a remake of Resident Evil Outbreak? Probably zero, right? Probably way too much hopium there. Code Veronica X. Yeah, a remake of Resident Evil Code Veronica X could be on the docket. I think that would be a really well-received one. I think people would be excited for that. Resident Evil 5? I don't know, man. Apparently there's going to be some kind of drama and controversy around Resident Evil 5 remake. Is Capcom going to stick to the original vision, or are they going to change it due to the fear of backlash from a certain group of people? I mean, Resident Evil 5 would make a lot of sense. I think it's too soon, though. I think it's too soon. Oh, you know what? That's true, Mr. B. You're saying they already teased Resident Evil 5. Yeah, if they do remake Resident Evil 5, I think Capcom should absolutely not bend the knee and just, remake the game the way it was, like keep the original premise the way it was. I don't see the problem. And I think anybody who tries to find a problem is just trying to, again, that's all people do these days, guys. They just try to find problems in everything. Nothing can be good. We cannot just enjoy anything. Everything has to have some kind of political problem that we need to spend our time pointing out on the internet until we get our way, because God forbid we actually just sit down and enjoy video games and enjoy anything in life. Dude, if it was Outbreak, though, if they remade Outbreak, or if it's like a Resident Evil Outbreak 3 or something, oh man, dreams do come true if that happens. That would be incredible. I would be so excited for that. The Resident Evil Outbreak games were truly underrated gems. They weren't perfect. They had their flaws, but I think most of the flaws for Resident Evil Outbreak and Outbreak 2, most of the flaws were due to, I think the game was just a bit ahead of its time. It took the classic Resident Evil formula and made it a 4-player co-op game, and it was done so well, man. It really was, but it had like limitations, where there was like so many loading screens, and it was very, very slow paced because of that. And maybe some things were a little bit not balanced correctly at certain points, but it was such a great idea for, a multiplayer Resident Evil experience. And we haven't really gotten something like that since, but I doubt it. You know what? I will say, do you guys remember that famous NVIDIA leak from like 2 or 3 years? I think it was like 3 years ago at this point, where basically NVIDIA accidentally leaked out like literally every video game in development. And as the years went on, it turned out like every video game on that list was true and a thing that's in development. Resident Evil Outbreak was on that list. Could it happen, guys? Could it be real? Is it going to happen this year? Oh, man. I don't want to get my hopes too high, truthfully. I don't want to get my hopes too high, but one can hope. One can hope. Yeah, it was on that list, dude. It was, and it hasn't been announced yet. So, I mean, it's possible things like that could get canceled, of course, but I want it. I want it. I want that Resident Evil Outbreak remake. Let's do it. Make it. I mean, Capcom, come on. You're going to remake every other Resident Evil except that one? No way. No way, bro. But, guys, that concludes all of our main topics and bonus topics of discussion today. I'm not going to end the stream just yet, though. It is a Sunday stream after all. And I love all of our streams, but our Sunday streams in particular, I think there's something a little extra with our Sunday streams, because they're reminiscent of the classic Press X podcast days. So what I'm going to do with you guys now, probably for the next 10 or so minutes, is just talk to you. For those wondering about a members lounge, we're going to do another members lounge on Tuesday, okay? The members lounges should be happening every Tuesday and every Thursday. That's what I'm striving for. What time is it over here? It's 3:35 p.m. And I think it's very hot outside right now because I know the air conditioner switched on, and it does feel pretty hot in here. So maybe when I'm done the stream, I'm going to go outside, get some fresh air, get some sun. I do want to say, though, as I'm chatting with you guys for a couple more minutes before we end, we're sitting at 41 members. Big day today. We are 9 away from hitting another goal, from hitting a second goal. So I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll leave it up to the community here. If we hit the 50 mark, I'll do some reps. All right. And I'll give who, I don't know. I think I might have to, I think he's all snacked out today. But if we do hit the 50 mark before the time the stream ends, I'll do a couple reps. We'll play some music. If not, we'll just chill. We'll just hang out for a little bit. It's been raining all weekend. Yeah, I hate that. I mean, April showers, right? It's been raining so much this month, and it's it's pretty normal for April, but it sucks. It does. Like I hate when it's just raining constantly because it's so miserable. I think it's nice for a day, maybe, but when it kind of lingers and just sticks around, it's like this is just getting a little bit depressing now. Saying Press X podcast, they were so good. Well, this is still pretty much that. I'm looking forward to going into May with the gaming news cycle because, as I've been telling you guys, April's a 50-50 month. Sometimes there's a lot going on in April. Other times there's just nothing going on in April. And I feel like this is one of those Aprils where not a lot going on. I think a lot of the excitement and the interest and the announcements and the rumors, even the rumor mill, for God's sake, I think all this stuff is being kind of like postponed. And it's really going to start kicking off in May because, I mean, May to me seems like the month where things really start to heat up because it's the month right before announcement season, and showcase season, not just for PlayStation, but across the industry. And so, the calm before the storm, as it were. Exactly. IP Gaming said it just as I said it. April is the calm before the storm, which is ironic because it rains so much in April. So it's like kind of awkward, but yeah. I'm glad, Laurent. I'm glad you guys are cool to just hang out. I mean, I tried to pack today's stream with as much content as I could that's relevant towards, what we would expect to cover here. So I hope you guys at least appreciate, I know you guys did, but I hope generally speaking, anybody who watches this stream can at least get something out of it where there's many different topics we discuss. I think I'm going to try to have a news video out tomorrow, and we'll come back with another stream on. So I think Tuesday should be the last stream of the month, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I did have more topics than normal today because I actually, for once, tried to make sure to go through all of them. That's what I'm going to try to do is like when I have my topics listed out, I'll try to make sure I cover all of them. We do have our side quests. We go on our side quests sometimes, but I want to make sure that I cover everything. If I have to cut something out, I want to make sure it's 100% justified. Pragmatic Hat, you're saying you think it's the best stream in a while. I like yours. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That makes me feel good. How's the diet and exercise going? Well, I don't know if you can see it. turn around here. Got my no, but oh my god, I literally turn 90 degrees, and boss thinks for some reason it's snack time. I don't understand. That's my creatine back there. And I just had my new protein come. I'm going with Optimum Nutrition this time. Not sponsored, but I've used Optimum Nutrition many times in the past, and they're a very good supplement company. They're like one of the highest quality. The diet, I've been trying to clean up a bit. I got sick last week, and so it really just kind of, I was getting really serious about exercising and diet, and then I got sick, and that kind of knocked me off the horse. But now I feel like I'm back on the horse. I think it's going well so far. Like I feel a rejuvenation in a way. I feel a newfound sense of motivation to really, really stick to not an ultra strict diet where I'm just being ultra restrictive constantly, but just generally gravitating more towards making sure I'm eating at least 2 densely packed, like nutritious meals a day, and trying to also get the protein shake with the creatine and get solid workouts in, trying to find a serious level of consistency that I want to be able to 3 months from now look back and say, I've been sticking to it, and then hopefully just keep it going from there. I don't want to do anything too extreme too quickly, because that always leads to a not so ideal outcome. But generally speaking, it's been going well. Ron, you're saying I'm looking better than last stream. Yeah, so it's this virus, like it's the very tail end. I'm sure you guys know, anytime you get sick with a cold or anything like that, it takes really about a full week, sometimes a little bit longer, for it to fully leave your system. You get these like annoying kind of lingering symptoms, like at night you get a little bit of a cough, a little bit of a tickle in your chest or your throat, or you just have a little bit of mucus and stuff like that. Other than that, I feel 100%. You think I need to shave the beard again? I don't know. Maybe. I'll trim it up a little bit. Probably keep it growing mostly, though. Oh, you know what I wanted to tell you guys? I was going to type this in the chat randomly earlier, but I'm like, nah, it's a little too random. Music-wise, do you guys know the band Mastodon? Who here knows the band Mastodon? I've always known about Mastodon, and I've always liked a couple of their songs, but just recently I started actually diving into their catalog or their discography a little bit deeper. And oh man, this band, I fear, might be one of the most underrated bands in the world, unfortunately. Like, they're so good. Couple song recommendations that I've been listening to recently from the band Mastodon. A song called More Than I Could Chew. Gotta listen to that, dude. The last minute and a half, last 2 minutes of that song, oh man, masterpiece. Another song recommendation called Had It All, off the same album. Amazing song, dude. Another song titled The Sparrow, off of one of their earlier albums. Incredible. Another one, Pushing the Tides. Check these songs out. Another one called Pushing the Tides. These are some really, really, in my opinion, great sounding songs that I didn't know about. I didn't know that this band was this good. And I'm like, dude, these guys are amazing. So if you're, I mean, I want to say this too about the band Mastodon. I had this view of them like they were just pure metal. Like, they're just pure metal. And they mostly are. They're a pretty heavy band. But man, they actually make some very different sounding songs, where they're definitely exploring other genres of music and different sounds. And I really am digging it. I am. Like, it's actually quite surprising how when I'm going through this, I kind of just put them on shuffle and I hear these songs come up from them. I'm like, man, this sound like Mastodon made this song. Did I ever get my hands on the PlayStation Portal yet? Not yet. Laurent, you're saying you're going to give them a try? Yeah, it might not be for you, but I would at least, if I had just one recommendation, well, there has to be two here. If I just had two recommendations, I would say start with the song More Than I Could Chew. And More Than I Could Chew is I think it's almost like a 6-minute song. The first two sections of that song are pretty heavy, but I'm telling you, the last minute and a half or two of that song is like some of the best music I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, it's called, yeah, exactly. That's how, More Than I Could Chew. Let me make sure. It's either More Than I Can Chew or More Than I Could Chew. Let me double check. I have to make sure not to accidentally play it, lest I get demonetized. And maybe in the next members lounge, we'll explore some of this a little bit deeper. Of course, it's not going to show up now. Hold on. More Than I Could Chew. There we go. Mastodon's More Than I Could Chew. So it's could. I thought it was Ken. Yeah, the last 2 minutes of that song sound incredible, dude. That song was released in 2021 with their album called Hushed and Grim. It's a 2021 album. I think they got like 15 songs in there. It's like a long ass. It's like the total album length is like an hour and a half, dude. It's very long. But the second recommendation, it's the song's not nearly as heavy, but it's really, really good. It's called The Sparrow by Mastodon. It's it's very interesting. It almost sounds like something that Kojima, like, it reminds me a little bit of that. Not entirely. It's still very different, but I remember back when Hideo Kojima was marketing Metal Gear Solid 5, and he still does this with all of his games, where he finds these songs that he really likes and he puts them into his trailers. And I'm like, this song, The Sparrow, in some ways, like, I don't know why, it just reminds me of like a song that might find its way into like a Metal Gear Solid 5 trailer or something. So good stuff. I highly recommend some of this music if you're into it, but it's different for everybody, you know? I don't, yeah, if there's a music video for that song, I haven't seen that. Do I have a message for sugar/seed oil fanboys? Your time's coming. The day of reckoning is coming. That's my message. Saying gaming, they are crushing the middle and working class now for decades. It's coming to a head. I think things are going to improve, though. I don't want to be overly optimistic about anything, but I do think things, generally speaking, are going to improve. I think that the first quarter of this year was maybe always going to be very rough and not great. But maybe, again, could be wrong, but I'm hopeful that things starting in May will slowly begin to improve and change for the better. That is my hope. Jakey Stee, you're saying you hope we get a show announcement this week. I don't think it's going to be this week. No, I am assuming we will not get a PlayStation show announcement until at least after May 14th, because May 14th is when Sony does their yearly earnings report. So I think it's going to come after that. Maybe soon after that, too. MBG should do a UE 5.4 RXN. Your mind would melt. Well, I think for the remainder of today, I think I'm going to work out. I think I'm going to eat. I don't know. I prefer to work out before I eat, but I think I'm going to eat, let that food digest a little bit, work out, maybe go outside, get some maybe a little bit of yard work done outside, and then just maybe relax for the rest of the day. I am watching Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 with Mrs. MBG. Really enjoying it so far. Haven't finished it. We started the movie too late. I did not realize how long that movie was. It's like 2.5 hours long, and man, definitely enjoying it, but was falling asleep and like, oh man, we're gonna have to finish it the next day. Not a big deal though, but I'm curious to see how it finishes up because I know it's the last one that James Gunn is. It's the last Marvel project that James Gunn is going to be involved in or was involved in. Guys, boss is so desperate right now. I want to see if can you guys see this? Look at him. He's like, please, I need more snacks. And look at his arms over me. He's like, I need the snacks. Please bring me the snacks. Whoa. Whoa. Hey. Let go. Ryan, you're saying reps. Hey man, we need 9 more memberships. We get 9 more memberships. I'll happily do some reps. I can't start doing the reps if we don't hit the second goal though, you know? Because then what kind of message am I sending there? He can barely fit on his own bed. Yeah, you know what? That I'll do. We do boss laser time for a minute. Boss, you need some exercise, bro. Let's go. Dude, look at how lazy he's being about it. We're like, he'll get really aggressive with it for like 5 seconds and then be like, all right, I think I'm done. He's funny, dude. You know what I got to do? You know what boss really likes? He likes strings and stuff. So I should probably get like some kind of string play toy where he likes to jump for it. He likes to try to jump up and catch like a dangling string or something like that. Got to be careful though cuz he likes to eat that type of stuff too, which can be dangerous. But Early Bud says now that is content. There you go. You take your cat for walks with your wow. I never I mean, I know that they make like cat leashes or harnesses and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if boss would like it. Look at him, dude. Look at him. What? What are you doing? Man, he is looking quite big. Look at him. He is looking big. Now I'm seeing it, bro. We're gonna have to get you some like. I'm gonna. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to start feeding him a little bit less wet food. He's a chunky boy. Yeah, he's good. He's good. If he gets any bigger than this, I'll be a little bit like, all right. I think generally speaking, he's good. Boss, the unit. Let's see. Get down. Get down. Boss, get down. Come on. Get down. Get down. Come on. Let's go. Get down. You gotta go. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. He will not meow for you guys. I'm trying so hard to get him to just meow one time. Like live on stream. He just won't do it. He knows my tricks. One day he will. Yeah, you know what? He meow. So like when I leave him outside, not outside, but when he's not in the room. And then, I bring him in like halfway in our stream or an hour and a half in the stream. When I open the door, he meows. And I don't think the microphone can pick it up though, because it's too far away. But he like meows pretty intensely. He's like, he's like yelling at me basically for not letting him in sooner. And I wish I could like pick that up, Now he's licking the curtain. Thanks, boss. Better keep those curtains clean. I just wonder what goes on in a cat's head, man, where he's like, 1 minute I'm chasing a laser on the ground, and next minute I'm on my cat tree licking this curtain. Saying he looks big at this angle. Yeah, it's all going to his ass and his hips. He's like, hey, don't you be doing that shit while we're alive. Look at him. He wants snacks so bad. He's legitimately snack obsessed. Snacks? You got snacks, bro, huh? He gets bored really fast. Oh, look, we got a new angle for you. Now you can see what it looks like when he's actually licking the curtains. Laurent, you're saying he looks good in general, though? Yeah. He's looking good to me. It's hard not to give them the snacks, but you need to be persistent with that. Paul says he looks normal from a side profile. Yeah, I think it's starting to go like down here a little bit. No, it's okay, bro. You look good. You look good. We love you. One of these days, I'm just going to have to do a whole stream dedicated just to Boss, man. Jakey Steve, you're saying, did you give your cats haircuts? Or do I give my cats haircuts? No, but I do brush them. Dude, oh my God. Can you guys see this? This is when I brushed Leia. All right. This was probably about 5 brush strokes on Leia. I have been brushing her like crazy, dude, and I am flabbergasted at how much fur this cat has. It's insane. Like, it's just literally carpets worth of hair. Like, loose fur and hair that I've been trying to brush because it's so bad. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, how is it? I guess it's because she is shedding her winter coat, but I mean, sheesh. I've been brushing Boss as well, but he gets a little bit annoyed. Boss, let me brush your tail, bro. He's gonna act like he's not pissed off right now. He does not like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Boss will like endure anything while I'm doing a stream because he thinks he'll get snacks. I think that's why he'll just be like, yeah, go ahead, brush me, man. Like I tried brushing him earlier, and he was like running away and like doing like little powder puff swipes. Yeah, this is we're grooming Boss today on stream. Oh, sorry, I like nailed him in the face there. You know what? I don't even care that he's licking the curtains either, because there's cat hair all attached to the curtains. Oh, sorry, sorry, boss. He's like, why, bro? Why are you smacking me? I didn't mean to smack. I didn't mean to hit you. All right. I think this has gone on long enough, guys. Basically dedicated the last 15 minutes of my stream to just chilling with boss. MBG's channel is now pet related. Yeah, thank God for Devil Shooter doing the timestamps, bro. Because I swear, like, sometimes people will probably come in here and be like, I guess he really did convert his channel to being a cat channel now. But yeah, it's all my hair on that brush, dude. Well, guys, we have hit the we're beyond the 4-hour mark now. So I think this is where I'm gonna end the stream. He needs his own Instagram. Yeah, he'd probably do great, dude. Give him his own channel, his own. Boss, do you need your own social media? He probably would get famous. More famous than me. I can retire. I can retire the MBG channel. Guys, I made it big. Boss is a superstar now. So he's like, am I? He's so ridiculous, dude. I can't get over how ridiculous he is during streams. He does not act like this ever. I'm going to have to try to film Boss in his natural habitat. Well, for my channel members, you guys get pictures sometimes. You guys get to see pictures that I post on the community tab. And I think you get like some idea of like his just normal chill behavior. Maybe. I know they're just pictures, but Jakey Steer saying he used to be so chill. That's true. Yeah. I've conditioned him. I've changed him. I've changed Boss. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for hanging out with me and Boss. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the show. I do want to, before I head out, though, as always, just extend a very big thank you to all of you guys. We hit 41 members today, so to anybody who became a member or gifted channel memberships, thank you so much for that. And we got some pretty solid super chats as well. So to anybody who donated a super chat, thank you so much. Anybody who chooses to support this channel and this community directly really means a lot. It's not an exaggeration when I say I couldn't do it without you. I just have one last request for everybody as you're leaving the stream. Before you leave, just do me a favor and hit that like button. You guys crushed it today, over 300 likes. Thank you for that. And I also want to make sure I give a special shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for all the streams. He does an amazing job. So if you see him in the comments with the timestamps, show him some love. Give him a thank you or two. I know he really does appreciate it. I know he cares about the community that way. So, guys, that does it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Me and Boss are going to go get some food. Well, I don't know. He already ate, but I'm going to get some food. He's probably going to beg for some. Really quick, he's been doing that too lately, guys. He's been begging for food at the table when I eat now. I don't know what I'm doing to this cat, bro. He never used to do that. If I have some chicken or something, I'll give him some, just a little bit, but he does that now too, so. All right, tomorrow we should have a PlayStation news video out, and then on Tuesday we should be back at it with another stream, same time, same place. So I hope to see you guys there. Again, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm out. Until the next time, guys, take care. Boss says bye too.